Sure thing. Did you know that the Bristol Motor Speedway dirt track was actually a temporary addition for a special event? It's like they decided to give the traditional concrete racing a bit of a dirt makeover just to keep us on our toes. It's pretty wild to see those high-speed cars kicking up dirt instead of just roaring on asphalt. It definitely spices up the race and keeps the drivers on their game. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make it happen. The clock's ticking down faster than a cheetah on roller skates, so get your choices in before it's too late. Alright, so we're betting on two mystery drivers behind the wheel of a 2014 Marussia MR03 at Bristol Motor Speedway Dirt. Then, that's quite the wild card race, especially on dirt. Given the lack of info, it's a total toss-up, but I'd say the one who's better at handling chaos and staying cool under pressure might have the edge. So, who's got the nerves for this kind of unpredictable track? It's anyone's game. Let's see who can tame that dirt and come out on top. Alright folks, the race is thrilling as the Uncle Joe Show is leading the pack from pole position in that shiny 2014 Ferrari F14. Let's see if he can keep up the pace on this dirt track. Amy is leading the race right now, followed closely by Zotsfired in second place and Captain Trippy in third. The top three are already setting the pace. The It Empress is on a tier, now in first place after overtaking 17 cars. The Uncle Joe Show is closing in fast, climbing to second after passing 15. Latinumera is not far behind, grabbing third after overtaking 16 cars. While Kevanone and Agreeds 34 are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Cobber and Wild Kevanone are also battling closely for 9th. Meanwhile, Amy and GM Prime are locked in a tight fight for 11th. Vin 17 and Platinumera are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Gamerbus 72 and Vin Has 17 are also locked in a close fight for 4th. Filthy Old Guy and Tyler Drums 31 are battling it out for the 13th spot. Imogen Tempos and Maya are nose to tail for 18th place. Zero Timeli and Base Nizer 2 are also locked in a close fight for 24th. Tyler Drums 31 is holding off Amy by a car length for 12th place. Zero Team Alive and Base Nizar Group are still neck and neck for 24. Yesterone 33,796 and Drury 192 bucks are trading positions for 26. Looks like a real game of musical chairs. The Enclosure Show and Theat Empress are neck and neck for first place. Vin has 17 and Platinum Era are fighting hard for third. Cloud Surface 69 and Imogen Tempest are locked in a close scrap for 19. Vin has 17 is just ahead of Platinum Era by a car length. Collar has a slight edge over Wild Cavanon for 9th. Tyler Drums 31 and Amy are wheel to wheel for 12th place. Wild Cavanone is just ahead of Agretz 34 in 8th place. Imogen Tempest is holding off Maya for 18. Zero Team Alive and Base Nazar 2 are neck and neck for 24. Merchican Live is holding off Gamer Boss 72 by a car length for 5th place. Cobber and Wild Cavanon are wheel to wheel for 9. Amy and GM Primer nose to tail for 11. Wild Cavanona and Agretz 34 are nose to nose for 8th place. Day Factor just nudged up one spot to 16. Cloud Surface 69 and Imogen Tempest are locked in a close fight for 19. Amy and GM Prime are neck and neck for 11th place. Cloud Surfer 69 just gained one spot to take 19. Cloud Surfer 69 and Maya are fighting hard for 18. Wild Cavanon is holding off Agrit's 34 by a car length. Zero Team Alive and Base Nizar 2 are nose to tail in the back of the pack. Vin has 17 and Platinum Mera are nose to tail for 3rd place. Wild Cabanona and Agrit's 34 are locked in a close fight for 8. Cover and Wild Cabanona are battling it out for 9. Vin has 17 is holding on to 3rd place, but Platinum Mera is right on their tail. Captain Trippy and Bill the Old Guy are swapping positions every lap for the 14th spot. Cloud Surfer 69 and Maya are neck and neck for 18th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Wow! The Empress just took the checkered flag. Looks like all that dirt racing paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, the Empress really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations, you dominated that race like a true royalty. I guess AI is feeling the royal treatment today. Sure thing. Did you know the Gold Coast track is famous for its twisty seaside vibe? It's like racing through a theme park with ocean views, making every lap feel like a vacation and a race at the same time. It's got more turns than a roller coaster, so hold on tight. Hey there, Steve Jumper. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some thrilling AI car races. Get ready for some high-speed action and maybe a few surprises along the way. Well, with both drivers being pretty much mysterious at the moment, it's a real toss-up. Since we don't have much to go on, I'd say it's going to come down to luck or maybe who gets the best start. My guess is that the driver who manages to stay cool under pressure and avoid the chaos will come out on top. But honestly, this race is anyone's game till the checkered flag. Alright folks, Jackie Raman is on pole position with a 2018 Honda IndyCar. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead at the Gold Coast track. Jackie Raman has shot to the front, holding the lead. Taylor Sturley is right behind in second place, and Steve Jumper is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already. The Gold Coast tight corners and short straights are keeping the pack close, making overtakes tricky and race unpredictable. The Honda IndyCar seems to be leading the pack with most top positions, while Chevrolet drivers are mostly behind. The track probably favors Honda's handling and speed. Akinona is driving a Chevrolet IndyCar, starting in 15th place. Their race looks steady so far, but no major moves or overtakes yet. Merchican Live is in the last place with a Honda IndyCar. Looks like their race is more about survival than competing at this point. GamerBoss72 is in 10th place with a Honda IndyCar. Looks like they're holding steady, but no sign of a major move yet. Lady Gami is driving a Honda IndyCar, starting in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady, but no signs of overtaking yet. The race seems pretty tight behind the leaders. Spike Bose is in 9th place driving a Honda IndyCar. Their race looks steady so far. No major moves or drama. Evolution 954 is in the Chevrolet IndyCar, sitting in the 16th place. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, probably just waiting for a chance to make a move. Uzigox is in a Chevrolet IndyCar, starting from the 13th position. Looks like they're hanging in the middle of the pack, but no overtakes or drama so far. Merchkin Live is in 20th place with a lap time of 1:10.33. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Steve Jumper is in 3rd place with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 4:31 seconds. His race looks steady but not quite close enough to challenge the leaders yet. Figure 8 Sport is climbing to 10th place. Exclusiva Godex is now in 11th. Next boring life has moved up to 18. Wow, Yakuraman really cooked up a storm and took the top spot. Guess all that ramen practice paid off. Wow, Yakuraman really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations to them. That was some impressive racing and definitely well deserved. Looks like their AI is on fire today. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility since Laguna Seca Vintage has those tight corners, and that famous corkscrew. You want a car that can stick to the road and maneuver quickly through those tricky sections. Braking performance is also crucial because of the sharp turns and elevation changes. Top speed isn't as important here compared to control and precision. So, a car with excellent cornering capabilities and responsive steering would win the day. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down rapidly. Make your final pick, so forever hold your peace. Don't miss your shot to see your favorite AI car rocket through the track. Hurry up before the buzzer sounds. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. On one hand, we have D-Fizzuds piloting a 23 Renault Clio V6. That little beast is known for its agility and fun factor, especially on twisty tracks like Laguna Seca Vintage. Then we have Zachary TV in a 2011 Infiniti G37 Coupe L, which is more of a power cruiser with a bit more raw speed and torque. If we're talking pure cornering and nimbleness, I might give a slight edge to the Renault Clio V6 because of its lightweight and compact size. But if Zachary TV can harness the Infiniti's power and maintain control through the corners, it could catch up in a flash. Honestly, it's a toss-up. But I'd probably put my money on the Infiniti G37 just because of its larger engine and potential for speed. Although, don't count out the Renault. It's the wild card here. Who do you think will take the checkered flag? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Laguna Seca Vintage, and Rosaurus is taking the pole in a 2015 Honda Civic Type. Or, let's see if this little rocket can hold its lead, or if the other cars have tricks up their sleeves. Architect has taken an early lead, with Rosaurus right behind in second place. Ren Kaori's holding steady in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Maya is now in third place, climbing up one spot. Official Classy Live has also moved up one position, now in seventh. Amy and Official Class 11 are nose to nose for seventh place. Matrixco and Ren Kaori are nose to tail for fourth place. Deusite 84 just gained one spot and is now in ninth. Dirok Official and the Foss 84 are locked in a close fight for ninth. Ren Kaori just overtook someone to take third place. Maya and Ren Kaori are nose to tail for that third spot. Oscar Wolf is climbing up to 10th. Looks like he's on a mission. Alacoast is on a roll, climbing up to 20th place after overtaking 3 cars. Skakes' Bill Pre is losing ground, dropping 10 positions to 23. Lemon Cult Games is inching forward one spot to 13. Oscar Wolf is driving a 2011 Infiniti G37 Coupe L. A sleek and sporty choice. They're currently in 11th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Looks like a quiet race for them so far. Matrixco is climbing up to 4th place. Orange Funk is making a move to 22nd. Matrixco is climbing to 3rd place. Zachary TV is making a move to 13th. Chris Gopher is also advancing to 14th. Oscar Wolf and the Foss 84 are locked in a tight fight for 9th place. Cap Holster is climbing 2 spots to 15. D Factor is gaining 1 spot to 16. D Factor and Lemon Cult Games are battling closely for 16th. Oscar Wolf is climbing up to 9th place. Christ Gopher is now in 13th. Leo Shea has moved into 17th. The race is heating up. Skakes' Bayo Pre is gaining fast on Okinabaka, closing the gap to just over 5 seconds. Orange Funk is inching closer to Toadette TV, chipping away at that 1.5 second difference. Ishta Husky is holding on to 6th place, but Maya is closing in fast. Amy and Official Classy Live are still neck and neck for 7th. Dirok Official and the Foss 84 are battling for 10th. Looks like a game of who blinks first. Rosaurus is now in 1st place. Matrixco is closing in on Architect, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Official Classy Live has moved up to 6th place. Okinabaka is closing in on Orange Funk rapidly. Just 7 seconds behind now. Zachary TV has climbed 1 spot to 13th place. Chris Gopher and Zachary TV are nose-to-tail fighting for 13th place. Zachary TV just climbed 1 spot to 12. Chris Gopher also moved up 1 to 13. Lemon Coat Games is closing in on Cap Holster, cutting the gap by over a second. Zachary TV is in the 15th place, driving a 2011 Infiniti G 37 Coupe IPL. They've been steadily improving the fastest lap, just under 1 minute and 28.5 seconds. Looks like they're holding their own but still chasing the pack. Architect is dropping back to 10th place. Matrixco is climbing to 2nd. Ren Kaorie is moving up to 3rd. Wow, Rosaurus just took the checkered flag. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win, champ. Wow. Rosaurus really pulled out all the stops and took the win. Congratulations. Seriously impressive driving. Looks like they've got the skills to dominate this race. Can't wait to see what they do next time. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Istanbul Park is known for its sharp turns and complex layout, so a car that can grip well and maneuver precisely would have the advantage. Top speed is less critical here because the track's technical sections demand agility. So, a car with excellent suspension and responsive steering would really shine in this race. Alright everyone, hustle up. The countdown is almost done. And your chance to pick your favorite car is slipping away. Make your choice before it's too late. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. We have H2 Hova with a classic Vauxhall Cavalier from 1991, and Bunnysoft Doom with a slightly newer Nissan Primera from 1999. Both are solid choices, but I have a feeling the age and design of the Cavalier might slow things down a bit, especially on a track like Istanbul Park, which demands agility and modern handling. The Nissan Primera, being a bit newer, probably has better aerodynamics and tech under the hood. I'd put my chips on Bunny Doom to maybe take the lead in this one. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. Let's see if nostalgia or modern tech wins out today. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Istanbul Park and leading the pack is X-Basic Switch X and a classic 1999 Nissan Primera P11. Guess even vintage can have some speed? Let's see if it holds the lead or if the newer rivals catch up. Wangatang 7 272 has shot to the front as the early leader. X-Basics is holding strong in second, and right behind, Amy is in third, probably already planning her next move. X-Basics just overtook someone to take the lead. Wangatang 72 and 72 and X-Basic Switch X are nose-to-nose for first place. Nonstop and Amy are locked in a close duel for third. Wangatang 7 272 is holding on to second place, but Amy is right behind, ready to pounce. Exception and James Mayo are nose-to-nose for fifth. Looks like a photo finish coming up. A2 Hovea just gained a spot, now sitting in 8th, climbing the ranks steadily. Amy just overtook someone to take second place. James Mayo and Unistix are still nose-to-nose for 4. Auxiliatorius is climbing to 13. Unistix and Wangatang 7 272 are nose to tail for third place. Excepcion and James Mayo are locked in a close fight for fifth. Xuma Girl is climbing up one spot to 15. James Mayo and Unistix are nose to tail for fourth place. Excepcion and James Mayo are locked in a fierce fight for fifth. Bunny's Off Doom is climbing up one spot to 7th. James Mayo just climbed to 4th place. Bunny's Off Doom is also moving up, now in 6th. Excepcion and Bunny's Off Doom are nose to tail, fighting for that 6th spot. Excepcion just overtook a spot to move into 6th place. Bunny's Off Doom and Excepcion are still nose-to-nose for that 6th position. A2 Hove is climbing up to 8th place. Amy is closing in on its basic switch, cutting the gap by 2/4 seconds. James Mayo is climbing up to 3rd place. Excepcion is moving up to 5th place. Bunny's Off Doom and Unistix are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Gulukachu is creeping up on Biowart, chipping away at the gap. Bunny's Off Doom just overtook someone to climb to 6th place. A2 Hova is also gaining ground, now in 7th. Unistix and H2 Hova are nose-to-nose for 7th, so expect some fireworks soon. Excepcion just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Maya and Yannis takes a nose to tail for 8th. Bunnies of Doom and Wangatang 7272 are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Unstix and H2 Hova are locked in a close fight for 7th. Liam is climbing up to 13th, making moves. Bunnies of Doom is climbing to 5th place. Maya is making her way to 8th. Prodigy Place 58 is sneaking to 9th. Basic Switch is driving a 1999 Nissan Primera P11. They're currently leading the race and have the fastest lap time so far, so it looks like they're in control. The track's tight corners and long straights are favoring the quicker cars in the front, while causing some chaos behind. Overtakes are tricky, so the leaders are holding firm. Prodigy 58 is climbing up to 8th place. Maya and Prodigy Place 58 are neck and neck for that 8th spot. Lium is advancing to 12th place. Unistix is driving a Renault 19 from 1993. They're currently in the middle of the pack in 11th place, and seem to be struggling a bit with the pace, given their slowest lap compared to the leaders. Lium is gaining on Bedazzler, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Katsuma Girl and XOSs are locked in a fierce fight for 15th place. The BTC cars are holding strong at the front with some quick laps, likely benefiting from better handling and power. The Group N cars are struggling to keep pace, probably due to less aerodynamic efficiency on this track. Overall, the track favors the more agile and powerful vehicles. Wow! SpaceX Switch really outpaced everyone else. Congratulations on the victory, you must be thrilled. Wow, what an incredible victory. Congratulations to XBasic Switch X for taking the top spot. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see them race again and maybe defend their title. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Sportsland Sugo is known for its tight corners and sharp turns, so a car that can navigate those twists smoothly without losing speed is essential. While raw power is nice, the ability to stay glued to the road and execute precise steering would give a big advantage here. As for top speed, it's less critical than being able to whip through those curves efficiently. Alright, everyone, the clock is ticking down fast. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make a move before the race starts. Don't say I didn't warn you when the AI cars start leaving the track in their wake. Get those selections in. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. The 2003 Panos L-Man P01 Roadster S is a formidable car with impressive aerodynamics and a good balance of speed and handling. But then again, the 1999 Toyota GT1T has that legendary reputation for being a fast and fierce contender, especially on tracks like Sportsland Sugo. If I had to pick, I'd say the Toyota might have a slight edge thanks to its proven track record and sharp handling. But let's be honest, this could go either way depending on how well the AI manages the tricky corners and straights. I'd say it's going to be a close race with the Toyota just edging out ahead in the final lap. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Sportsland Sugo, and Reinecke is starting on pole in a classic 1999 BMW 12MR. Buckle up, it's gonna be a wild one with that beauty leading the pack. Reinecke is leading the race, holding a solid first place. Amy is right behind in second, and Rusnapalm 6 is in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Elitsatona 95 is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 13. Rusnapalm 6 is gaining ground, now in second place. U20 Place is also on the rise, claiming third. Rusnapalm 6 is really closing the gap on Reinecke, just 3.6 seconds behind now. They're battling hard for the lead. Maya has climbed 2 spots and is now in 8th place, making some moves. Silent Fox 213 is on the charge, climbing to 17. Axton Hits is right behind, also making a move to 18. Jamagichad is gaining ground, now in 3rd place. Scorched Log just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Maya is closing the gap on Amy by 2 seconds, and they are now battling for 7th place. Maya advances to 7th place. Axton Hits climbs to 17. Naturalian Lucky jumps 2 spots to 19. Taylors of Strilly and Amy are neck and neck for 8th place. Adenut 44 and Van Noen 1857 are locked in a close fight for 15th. Starbix is climbing up to 4th place. Scorched Log is narrowing the gap on U20 Place by 1.4 seconds. La Roche is moving up to 9th place. Reinecke is leading in a 1999 BMW V12 LM. The car is known for its powerful V12 engine and endurance racing pedigree. They seem to be comfortably ahead with a perfect lap time, indicating a smooth and fast race so far. La Roche just climbed to 8th place. Tales of Streli is now in 9th. Looks like they're both feeling aggressive today. Telesov Strili is driving an Audi R8C from 1999. Their race looks rough with the slowest lap time so far. They're currently in 10th place, struggling to keep up. Reinecke is leading comfortably and setting the pace with the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control for now. Magishat and Rusnapon 6 are nose-to-tail fighting for second place. Maya is climbing up to 6th, just one spot behind the action. Darbix just overtook someone to climb into 3rd place. U20 Plays and DJ Magacat are still neck and neck for 4th. Maya is gaining on U20 Plays, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. U20 Plays is climbing up to 4th place. Zilland Foxt. Iron Radkan is at 13, and Axton Hits are locked in a close fight for 17th. Lyra Shea is gaining on Scorched Log, closing the gap to just 1 second. Jared Plays is hot on Amy's heels, closing in by over 1.5 seconds. Naturalian Lucky is closing the distance to Silent Fox 213 at a quick pace, just 2 seconds behind. Jnagishat is in 6th place, driving a 2009 Peugeot 908 HDI. FAP, fastest lap, is 1:26.508. So they're holding a solid pace, but not quite catching the leaders. Looks like a steady race for them. Wow! Reinecke really outpaced everyone. Guess they're the new king of the track. Well done! Wow! Reinecke really pulled off an incredible victory today. Congratulations! You must have a secret AI advantage or just sheer racing talent. Either way, well deserved. If I had to pick one of these cars, I might lean towards the 2018 Chevrolet Indica, just because Chevrolet has a reputation for having a bit of an edge in the engine department. But honestly, on a track as fast and sweeping as Talladega, it could really come down to who handles the draft better, and who can stay focused at those incredible speeds. The Honda could surprise us and pull ahead with a good boost from their aero package. It's a close call, but I'm feeling a slight bias towards the Chevy for that extra bit of raw power. Well, looking at the cars and the drivers, I'd say it's going to be an interesting race. The Chevrolet from 2018 has a reputation for being a bit more aggressive, and might have that extra punch needed for Talladega speed. The Honda, on the other hand, could be more stable but might fall behind in raw power. Since both are Indy cars from the same year, it really comes down to how well each driver can handle the superspeedway and their strategic moves. But if I had to put my money on who might come out ahead, I'd lean slightly towards the driver in the Chevrolet. It tends to have a bit more of that racing edge for these kinds of big ovals. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. So I guess the real question is, who can outsmart the other on the track? Alright folks, a critical leg is at the front, starting on pole in a 2018 Honda IndyCar. Looks like a good kickoff at Talladega. So buckle up and let's see if they can hold that position. The race kicks off with the critical leg leading the pack, followed closely by Butch Isero in second place, and Dosix Wichiex holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Unstabel is on the move, climbing up to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Aisle is making a strong push, now in 20th place after passing 4 cars. Zero Team Live is also gaining ground, now in 23rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Buchitzero is tearing through the field, now in first place after passing 25 cars. Merchikan Live is also on the move, overtaking 22 cars to sit comfortably in second. Jay Anburn is making a solid push, climbing 13 spots to 17. The Critica Leg is storming ahead to first place. Stephen Brinkley is closing in behind in third. Anonymous Ninity 3 is making a move into 6th. Things are heating up. Ragu is now just a few seconds behind Stephen Brinkley. Looks like a potential overtake coming up. Amy is closing the gap on Just Hanet VV fast enough to make it interesting. Your Instinct is gaining on Shoebox TV, that's still a bit of a stretch. The Critical Leg just overtook and is now in first place. X which is not giving up easily. Still close behind. Stephen Brinkley and Jerkplays are neck and neck for third. This race is heating up. X and the Critical Leg are nose to tail for the lead. Stephen Brinkley and Jerkplays are swapping positions in the fight for third. Starbaits just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th. Yasix Witch just overtook the Critical Egg for the lead. The Critical Egg is not giving up easily though. Stephen Brinkley and Jerkplays are nose to tail for third place. Looks like a close fight for the podium. The Critical Egg just overtook someone to take the lead. Yasix Witch and the Critical Egg are nose to nose for first place. Stephen Brinkley is climbing up to third, looking to join the party. East Basic Switch just overtook the Critical Egg for the lead. Jarek Plays is closing in on second place. Things are heating up at the front. The Critical Egg and its SpaceX Witch-X are nose to tail at the front. Stephen Brinkley has grabbed the third spot, inching closer to the leaders. Jarek Plays and Stephen Brinkley are swapping positions in a close fight for third. The Critical Egg just overtook someone to take the lead. SpaceX Witch is not giving up without a fight, staying close behind. Jarek Plays and Stephen Brinkley are nose to tail for third place. SpaceX Witch is holding onto the lead with the Critical Egg right behind. Jarek Plays just overtook Stephen Brinkley for third place. Anonymous Infinity 3 and Fragout are still neck and neck for fifth. Wow, the Critical Egg really cracked the code and took the win. Congratulations on the victory! Wow, the Critical Egg really snatched that victory. Great job leading the pack and showing off some serious AI racing skills. Congratulations! You're truly the excellent champion today. Sure thing. Did you know that the Imola Vintage track is actually a throwback to the classic circuits of the 80s and 90s? It's like racing through a history book with all the vintage vibes and old school corners. It's got a bit of everything. Fast straights, tricky chicanes, and that legendary Tamburello corner that keeps even the best drivers on their toes. Think of it as a roller coaster for cars with a dash of nostalgia. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. You better make your pick if you want your favorite car to race. Don't let time slip away or you might end up with whatever's left. Hurry up and choose wisely. Welcome back, Amin-san. Glad you could make it again. Hope you're ready to see some fast and furious AI cars race around the track. Sit tight and enjoy the show. Ooh, this is an interesting matchup. Amin-san's Hyundai Genesis Coupe GT4 is no slouch, especially with its sporty roots. But the Maserati Gran Turismo MC is definitely more of a luxury speedster. At Imola Vintage, the car's handling and aerodynamics really come into play. I'd say Samun's Maserati probably has the edge when it comes to power and overall style points. Amin-san's got a shot, the track favors agility, but I'd put my chips on Samun taking the lead, especially in those sweeping curves. Let's see if the old Italian charm can outpace the sporty Korean. Wow! Thank you so much Amin-san for subscribing at Tier 1. Your support really helps keep the engine running here. I appreciate you being part of our racing crew. Alright folks, Edsley is taking the lead right from the start in that vintage Panaz Esperante GT4. Expect some classic flair as we kick off this race at Imola. Edsley has shot off the line and taken the lead. Amy is holding strong in second place, just ahead of Salmon in third. Looks like a close battle forming already. Die Fitzerts is climbing to 6th place. King Groot is now 7th. Yi Chie Swishman 33 has moved into 9th. The race is heating up. JJ Swishman 33 is driving a 2007 Peugeot 407. Looks like they're holding the 10th spot, so not too shabby but still chasing those ahead. Shoebox TV is driving a 2007 Peugeot 407 and is currently in the 11th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Edsley is leading the race in a 26 Panaz Esperante GT4. Looks like they're setting the pace with no challengers close behind. Edsley is leading the race in a 26 Panaz Esperante GT4R. Looks like they're setting the pace and holding a comfortable lead. Amy is leading the race in a 26 Panaz Esperante GT4. Looks like she's got a solid grip on the front. No sign of trouble so far. Samun is driving a 2016 Maserati Gran Turismo MC, currently holding 3rd place. Looks like they're making a solid move up from 4th, so the race is heating up for that podium spot. Maya advances to 4th place. Die Fitzerts is narrowing the gap to Amundsen, now just 3.9 seconds behind. The battle for 5th is heating up with Die Firs and Amundsen trading positions. Amy is in 2nd place with a GT4 Panaz Esperante. Looks like she's holding steady, no overtakes yet, but she's right on the leader's tail. The track's tight corners are favoring the GT4 cars, keeping the top 2 ahead. WDTC cars are struggling to overtake on the narrow sections. Edsley is leading the race in a 26 Panaz and 6 Panaz Esperante GT4. Looks like they're setting the pace with the fastest lap of the race. Maya is currently in 5th place with a 2015 Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. Looks like she's holding her own among the GT4 contenders, but no sign of overtaking yet. The tight corners at Imola are really favoring the GT4 cars, especially Edsley and Amy, who are pulling ahead. WDTC cars seem to be struggling a bit with pace and consistency. Maya is currently in 5th place with a Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. Her fastest lap is a 1:43.337. So she's not exactly setting the pace, but staying competitive. Looks like she's holding her ground for now. Maya is making a move up to 3rd place. Samun is closing in on the top 2. Amy is holding strong at the front. Cobracle is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 5th place. JT Swishman 33 is right behind, also gaining 3 positions to 6th. Kingwood is making a steady climb, moving up 2 spots to 4th. Wow, Amy, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the race was just a warm-up for your talent. Well done. Wow, Amy took the victory. Looks like all that racing practice paid off. Congratulations. That was an impressive drive. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Sure. A fun fact about the vintage slow cars racing class is that even though they might look like they're crawling compared to the modern speed demons, they actually have a charm that's all about patience and style. It's like watching a sophisticated slow dance on wheels, reminding us that sometimes taking your time can create just as much excitement. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost over, so get your choices in before the race starts. Don't miss out on your chance to root for your favorite sleek machine. Wow, those are some interesting choices. Abigail Killens with a 1953 Fiat 8ADAA. Supersonic sounds like a vintage rocket, probably more about style than speed. Meanwhile, Papa KC with a 1970 Triumph Spitfire is a classic as well, but I'd bet the Spitfire might have a slight edge with its lighter weight and sporty design. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. Still, if I had to make a call, I'd say the Triumph Spitfire could take the lead just because it's a bit more modern and might handle those curves better. What's your bet? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Virginia International South. And leading the pack is K Boomper in a vintage 1971 Mazda RX-3. Looks like the slow and steady vintage might just have the edge today. Let's see if that classic can hold on. Calicum Bunny has taken an early lead. K Boomper is right behind in second, and Przerogamrzach is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Detoxin is climbing nicely to fourth place. GM Prime is inching closer to the top, now in seventh. Sombush 86 and GM Prime are nose to tail for seventh. K Boomper is now in first place. Calicum Bunny and K Boomper are still battling for the lead. Detoxins has climbed to third place. Detoxins is closing in on Calicum Bunny, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Ice is climbing up the ranks, moving one spot to take sixth place. Maya and Captain Trippy are locked in a tight battle for eighth place. Maya is now in seventh place, climbing steadily. Zombush 86 and Stabigail Killums are nose to tail for 10th. Looks like a battle for the last few points positions. GN Prime is now in seventh place. Maya has climbed to sixth. Captain Trippy is in ninth. The race is heating up. Detoxins is climbing up to second place. Calicum Bunny and Detoxins are nose to nose for second. Ice is inching closer to the top 5. Maya is now in sixth place, closing the gap. Przerogamrzach and Maya are nose to nose for that spot. Minamai Style 21 is creeping up to 10th, inching closer. Ice is climbing up to fourth place. Captain Trippy and Przerogamrzach are nose to nose for 7. Ice is driving a 1963 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ, a classic lightweight racer. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves yet. GNM Prime is now in fourth place. Maya is gaining on Ice, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Stabigail Killums has moved up to 7th place. Mina My Style Air 21 is climbing to 8th place. Zonebush 86 is now in 12th. Looks like some steady progress. GNN Prime and Calicum Bunny are nose to tail for 3rd place. Aereo Serial just gained 1 spot and is now in 16th. GMN Prime is climbing to 3rd place. Ice is also moving up, now in 4th. Stabigail Killums is closing the gap on Maya by 2.4 seconds. Looks like a tight fight for 6th place between Stabigail Killums and Maya. Ice is climbing up to 3rd place. Maya is gaining on Calicum Bunny, closing the gap by 1.30 seconds. Mina My Style Air 21 is moving up to 7. GM Prime is driving a 1973 AMC Gremlin X and is currently in 4th place. Their fastest lap is 1:37.872. So they're holding a decent pace but not quite catching the leaders. Sherogamazahan Zombush, 86, are nose-to-nose for the 10th spot. And Body Notes just sneaked into 12th. The Betty White Show is closing in on Ariu Serial, like a heat-seeking missile, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Ice is climbing up to 2nd place. Nina My Style at 21 is making a move to 5th. And Body Notes is advancing to 10th. Ice is now in 1st place. K-Bumper and Ice are still nose-to-nose for the lead. Mina My Style at 21 has climbed to 4. And Body Notes is catching Captain Trippy fast, less than 2 seconds behind now. Ariel Serial just climbed 2 spots, sitting in 14. Papa Katsi is closing the gap on the Betty White Show, inching closer by 1.5 seconds. Miname Style at 21 is closing in on Detox and cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Ariu Serial is climbing 1 spot to take the 13th place. Wow! K-Bumper really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the fastest in the bunch today. Wow, Ice really pulled off an incredible victory. Great job to Ice. That was an impressive win. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on Talladega's high-speed oval, I'd probably go with the 1989 Ferrari F40 LM. It's got the speed, the aerodynamics, and that racing pedigree that makes it a beast on the track. Plus, with Talladega's long straightaways and banked turns, a car with raw power and stability is going to have the edge. So, I'd put my chips on that guy 40 LM taking the checkered flag, no question. Alright everyone, hurry up and make your picks before the clock runs out. We don't want any last-minute chaos, so get those choices in now before the race begins. Oh, this is an interesting matchup. Anaxagorax in the vintage Lotus 70 versus Squat Bender in the more modern Renault RS1. I'd say the Lotus has that classic charm and maybe some unexpected agility. But the Renault is a more recent design with likely better aerodynamics and tech. Talladega is all about speed and drafting, so I think the Renault might have the edge in raw pace. But you never know with AI, sometimes the old school cars surprise us with their handling. I'll put my money on Squat Bender's Renault for a close finish. But don't count out Anaxagorax's vintage ride just yet. This could come down to who finds the draft better. Alright everyone. The race is underway at Talladega and the FUDS 84 is starting on pole in a classic 1971 Ferrari 312D 12D2. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off those modern machines. The race kicks off with the FUDS 84 taking an early lead, followed closely by Team Tenatia and Lockjaw 7. Looks like the front runners are already fighting for some space. Anaxagorax is climbing fast into second place. Squat Bender is also making moves up to third. GM Prime and Team Tenatia are nose-to-nose fighting for fifth. Rowdy Zerolf is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 12. GM Prime is gaining ground, moving up 1 to 5th. GM Prime and Lockjaw 7 are nose to tail for 4th place. Looks like a close fight. Arayu Serial just overtook 4 cars in a flash, and is now in 16th place. GM Prime has climbed 1 spot to 4. Pace CARR moved up 1 spot to 8. Pace CAIR just overtook someone to claim 7th place. Baco Grande is also climbing up to 8th. Rowdy Zerolf and Tangaducky DTV are nose to nose for 10th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. FUDS 84 is gaining on Eki Tapsum Bongex with a 17.9 second gap. Got done. Anaxagorax is closing in on the FUDS 84 by 16 seconds. Squat Bender is making a move on Anaxagorax, closing the gap by 15.2 seconds. Idileave is on the move, climbing 3 spots to take the 19th position. Jamaster Tegama 9000 is closing in on Sheriffakitten, cutting the gap by 6.5 seconds. Squat Bender is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 2nd place. Jamagishat is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to reach the 18th position. Anaxagorax and Squat Bender are locked in a close fight for 2nd place. Baco Grande is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to secure the 4th position. Idileave is on a roll, climbing 5 spots to 15th place. It's Thera Pair doing the same, sneaking into 16th. GM Prime is having a rough time, dropping 9 positions to 18th. Ruth Freeboy Gaming Studios is making a move, climbing up to 17. GM Prime is dropping like a stone, now 30. Bacho Grande is closing in on Lockjaw 7. The gap shrinking nicely. Bacho Grande and Lockjaw 7 are nose to nose for 4th place. This is getting spicy. Annex Agarax is closing in on Squat Bender, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Rowdy Zerolf has climbed 1 spot to 5th place. Bacho Grande and Rowdy Zerolf are now locked in a tight battle for 5th. Bacho Grande and Rowdy Zerolf are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. AD Leave is nudged up to 12. Its Therapair is closing in on Juno's got the leads, shrinking the gap by almost 3 seconds. Its Therapair just made a bold move to 12th place, overtaking 3 cars in a flash. AD Leave nudges into 11th, inching forward. Ishasha? The fight for 10th between ED Alive and its Bumblebee is heating up. Looks like a close one. Bacho Grande is climbing up to 5th place. Eddie Leves is now in 10th. Its Therapair is closing the gap on its Bumblebee by 2.2 seconds. They're locked in a tight fight for 11. Eddie Leva is closing in on pace CAR with a solid 8.2 second gain. Max Beerley is chipping away at Tangbaducky TTV, closing the gap by 3.1 seconds. Its Therapair just moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Squat Bender is gaining on the FOTS 84, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Bacho Grande is inching closer to Lockjaw 7, and they're now battling for 4th place. Rowdy Zerolf is now in 4th place, climbing 2 spots. Lockjaw 7 and Rowdy Zerolf are still fighting for that 4th spot. Tangbaducky TTV is closing in on Bacho Grande, shrinking the gap by over a second. Wow! The FOTS 84 took the checkered flag. Looks like they're the new king of Talladega. Guess all that practice paid off. Way to go, the FOTS 84. You really showed those other cars who's boss. Great job finishing first, you earned it. Here's a fun fact for you. The prototypes from 1960 were basically the rock stars of their time in racing, known for pushing the limits of speed and innovation. They often used experimental designs and technology that cars today would probably need a PhD to understand. Imagine the thrill of witnessing these sleek machines tearing through the track and setting the stage for future racing legends. It's like watching a bunch of supercars from the Stone Age that somehow managed to be way ahead of their time. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is ticking down fast, so make your move before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to choose your favorite machine. Hey Turbo Benzina. I say, glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready to watch some AI cars battle it out on the track. Things are about to get exciting. Oh, what a matchup. Cloudy with the vintage charm of a 1965 Lotus 40 versus Plebis 3 with the sleek 1966 McLaren Elva Chevrolet. It's like a blast from the past versus a slightly newer classic. The Lotus 40 has that lightweight, nimble reputation, but the McLaren Elva with its Chevrolet power might just have the edge in raw speed. Honestly, I'd put my money on the McLaren for the win. But if Cloudy manages to finesse those tight corners, we could be in for a surprise. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Hey Naibe, welcome back to the chaos. Glad to see you're back in the mix. Get ready to see some AI cars zooming around, and hopefully not crashing into each other too much. Sit back and enjoy the race. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at the Sepping track and topping the grid in the prototype 1960 class. We've got Zachary TV in a 1966 Chaparral 2E. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold on to the lead, or if the newer rivals will catch up. Zachary TV has taken an early lead. Village is right behind in second, and Cloudy is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Hey Mara F Society, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some crazy AI car races. Hope you're ready to see some fast and furious virtual racing action. Imbus Platinum is making a strong push into second place. Maya is climbing up to sixth after overtaking 3 cars. Grandelive is also on the move, now in ninth after a similar surge. Looks Ravenous is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 10. Maya just nudged into 5th, and now she's got Turbo Benzina breathing down her neck for that same position. Wayne 24 is climbing to 6th place. Amy is now in 7th. Mission Man is closing in on Turbo Benzina, cutting the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Ilya just gained 1 spot and is now in 2nd place. Looks Ravenous and Mission Man are still locked in a close fight for 9th. Silhouette is climbing up 1 position to 14. Cloudy is in 3rd and has a good shot if they stay consistent. Plebis 3 is just behind in 4th, so it's a close fight. No room for mistakes. Looks Ravenous and Mission Man are nose to tail for 9th place. Tugonet TTV is climbing 1 spot to 15. Slippin's Leader Gaming and Justin Gilks are locked in a close fight for 16. Cloudy is closing in on Justin Gook's fast, just 5.8 seconds behind now. Slipslida Gaming is climbing up to 16th place. Slipslida Gaming and Tug On It DTV are nose to nose for 15. Slipslida Gaming and Tug On It DTV are nose to tail for 15th place. Cloudy is cutting Justin Gook's lead by a second and a tenth. Slipslida Gaming advances one spot to 15th place. Tug On It TTV and Slipslida Gaming are battling closely for 15th. Cloudy is closing the gap on Justin Gook's by 140 seconds. Grandelive is closing in on Lux Ravenous, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. They're battling for 10th place. Imus Gordon is climbing up to 12th, one spot gained. Grandelive and Lux Ravenous are neck and neck for 10th place. Silhouette is climbing up 2 spots to 13. Girl of Diamond and Silhouette are fighting closely for the 13th spot. Plebis 3 and Indust Platinum are nose to tail for 3rd place. Grandelive just gained a spot to 10. Lux Ravenous and Grandelive are now locked in a fierce fight for 10. Grandelive is almost on Mission Man's tail now. Slipslida Gaming just sneaked into 14. Cloudy's closing in on Justin Gook's fast enough to make it interesting. Silhouette is climbing up to 14th place. Cloudy is catching Justin Gook's fast, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Well, look at that. Zachary TV just took the checkered flag. Guess they're the one to beat now. Wow! Zachary TV took the checkered flag. Great job out there! You really showed those virtual wheels who's boss. And Maya, look at you! The master of overtakes, earning yourself that classic 1966 Ford GT 40 MKI. I guess all those car maneuvers paid off. Who's ready to claim their new ride? If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Autopolis Oida circuit, I'd probably go with the 2002 Ferrari Enzo. It's got the speed, agility, and that iconic reputation for blistering lap times. Plus, it's just the kind of car that could handle those tricky corners and long straights with style. The Enzo's power-to-weight ratio makes it a pretty tough competitor, even against some of the more recent supercars in the list. The others are great, but I think Enzo would just have that extra edge on this specific track. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down, so make your picks fast. Or you might end up with a lemon instead of the sweet ride you wanted. Don't miss out on the fun. Get those selections in before time runs out. Alright, so we've got a battle between a 2006 Ultima GT-R 720 and a 2005 Pagani Zonda F. Both are stunning cars, but in very different ways. The Ultima GT-R 720 is known for its raw power and lightweight design, so it's probably going to be aggressively quick on this track. The Pagani Zonda F, on the other hand, is a beautiful beast with incredible handling and a touch of elegance. Given the track is Autopolis Oita, with its mix of corners and long straights, I think the Ultima's raw speed might give it an edge, especially if it can maximize its acceleration out of those tight corners. The Zonda F might hang in there with its handling and elegance, but I'd give a slight advantage to the Ultima GT-R 720 in this race. But hey, it's all about the day's magic, so let's see if the Pagani can surprise us with some finesse. Alright folks, the race is underway at Autopolis Oita, and leading the pack is Dr. Monkey 13 in a classic 2007 Porsche 911 7 Turbo. Looks like a solid start for that speedy machine. Let's see if it can keep up the pace. Dr. Monkey 13 is leading the pack, followed closely by someone in second place. Wayne 94 is holding on to the third spot. The race is off to a promising start. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. A driver is inching closer to the lead, gaining 1 spot to take first place. Nacho Chaos is climbing up 1 position to secure 4th. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 12th place. K. Krish is closing in, climbing to 14th. Wayne 94 is inching closer to the front, now in 2nd. Taknasty and Mako Cows are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Tangaducky TTV has gained a spot and is now 7th. Tsuksterkat and Tangaducky TTV are fighting hard for 7th. Keshk is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 11th place. Taknasty is inching up 1 spot to 4th. Tangaducky TTV is also up 1 spot, now in 6th. Kat is driving a Porsche Carrera GT from 24. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Kat is racing a Porsche Carrera GT from 2004. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Taknesty just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Dr. Monkey 13 and Taknesty are nose to nose for 3rd. Tangodaki DTV and Mahokaos are battling hard for 5th. Tangodaki DTV is climbing to 5th place. Amy has moved up to 7th, but she's got Badazura right behind her in 8th. Looks like a close fight for those middle positions. Mahokaos just overtook Amy for 6th place. Maya has moved up to 9. Lirareshe is now 1.2 seconds closer to Kisheiji Bore. Maya is inching closer to Sasivan, while Mahokaos is holding firm. Amy just overtook someone to climb to 6th. Maya is now in 8th, closing the gap. The race is heating up at the middle of the pack. Tankodaki TTV is climbing to 4th place. Amy is narrowing the gap to Dr. Monkey 13 by 130 seconds. I am advancing to 7th place. Wayne Trendy 4 is cruising in a Porsche Carrera GT, a car known for its sharp handling and V10 engine. Looks like he's holding a solid 2nd place, keeping pace with the leader. Amy just sneaked into 5th place. Turbo Benzina is now in 12th. Looks like the race is heating up. Kishk is climbing up 2 spots now in 8th place. Mahokaos and Keiki Escale are still nose to tail for 8. Turbo Benzina advances 1 spot to 11. Turbo Benzina is climbing up to 9th place. Mahokaos and Turbo Benzina are nose to tail for that same spot. Kat is advancing to 11th. Kat and Mahokaos are battling it out for 10th. Maya is closing in on Dr. Monkey 13. Looks like a move is coming soon. Kat and Mahokaos are neck and neck for 10th place. This race is heating up. Maya is climbing up to 6th place. Turbo Benzina is also moving up to 8th place. Kakrishka and Turbo Benzina are nose to nose fighting for 8. Someone is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he makes a mistake. Wow, what a surprise! Congratulations to the winner. Clearly the fastest person on the track today. Wow, congratulations to the winner! That was an intense race and you really showed everyone your skills. Now, for the exciting part. Amy, you absolutely smashed the lap times. You're the fastest in the race and can claim the incredible 2006 Saleen 7 twin-turbo DY. That's quite the beast for the streets. And Maya, your daring overtakes made the race even more thrilling. You can now claim the 26 Ultima GTR 720. Major props for your aggressive driving. Great job to everyone. This was one for the books. A fun fact about the 1993 Porsche 928 GTS is that it was one of the last versions of this iconic Grand Tour before Porsche discontinued the model. It boasted a 5-liter V8 engine that could produce up to 345 horsepower, making it a real powerhouse for its time. Interestingly, despite its sporty performance, it was also known for its refined luxury and comfortable ride, proving that you could have your cake and eat it too in the world of high-performance cars. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking and the time to pick your favorite car is almost up. Make sure you get your choices in before it's too late or you might end up with a lemon instead of a rocket. Hurry up and make your selections. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. Turbo Benzina in that sleek 2019 Ferrari Monza SP1, practically built for speed and agility. It's like bringing a lightning bolt to a friendly neighborhood race. On the other hand, Chaos Australia has the classic charm and raw power of a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro Z28. It's the kind of car that screams muscle and nostalgia, but maybe a little less nimble on this figure-8 track. If it's a straight race, I'd probably lean toward Turbo Benzina, because that Ferrari is all about precision and speed. But on a tricky figure-8, that Camaro's robustness could give it an interesting edge. Honestly, I'd say it's a toss-up, but I'm tempted to place my bets on the Ferrari just because that car is a beast when it comes to cutting corners. Still, don't count out the old-school muscle. It might surprise us all. Alright, everyone. The race kicks off at the tricky figure-8 track. And up front, we have Dr. Monkey 13 in a 2019 Zenvo TS RS, starting on pole. Let's see if that supercar can hold its lead. Dr. Monkey 13 has taken an early lead, with Team Tenatea right behind. Veskis is holding on to third, but expect some action soon. Kyroscope is on a roll, climbing 9 places to 12. Lemon Cult Games is inching closer to the top 5. Dre 192X is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 7. Kyroscope just blitzed through 11 cars to grab the lead. Reko Haruji is climbing fast, overtaking 4 to reach 10. Dr. Monkey 13 and Gyroscope are nose to tail for the top spot. Lemon Cult Games is on a roll, climbing to third place after overtaking 3 cars. Reikoharu G is making a strong push, passing 4 cars to reach 6th. Turbo Benzina is on a tear, overtaking 9 cars to land in 7th. Adden Flash is on a roll, climbing 8 places to 13. Drivon 192 Gex is also making moves, jumping 4 spots to 14. Ablaze is having a tough time, dropping 8 positions to 19. Dr. Monkey 13 is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to take the lead. Theskis is making moves, overtaking 3 cars to sit in 4th. Team Tinatia is having a rough patch, dropping 8 places to 11th. Ablaze is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 14. Lemon Cult Games is climbing to first place. Shikumaru is also moving up, now in 2nd. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Theskis also moved up 1 spot into 4th. Darigos is making a move, climbing 2 spots into 6th. Rekoharu G is gaining on Theskis, closing the gap by 3.4 seconds. Daeon Kleisho just moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Ablaze is closing in on Amy, shrinking the distance by 1.5 seconds. Ablaze is on a tear, overtaking 4 cars to reach 8th place. Maya has gained 1 spot and is now in 2nd. Reikoharu G is also climbing, moving up 1 position to 4th. Reikoharu G is climbing fast into 2nd place. Theskis is making a move into 4th. Darigaz is also advancing, now in 5th. Tyler is on a roll, climbing up to 8th place. Maya is dropping back to 12th. Looks like the car's not feeling the love today. Reikoharu G is gaining on Lemon Cult Games, closing the gap steadily. Looks like a battle is brewing. Shikomaru is now in 2nd place. Darigos has moved up 2 spots to 3rd. Theskis is closing in on Darigos, cutting the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Shikomaru and Lemon Cult Games are neck and neck for 1st place. Darigos is closing in on Shikomaru, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Ablaze is climbing up to 5th, overtaking 1 car on the way. Shikomaru and Lemon Cult Games are nose to tail for 1st place. Darigos is closing in on Shikomaru, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Darigos and Shikomaru are now in a tight duel for 2nd. Darigos is now in 1st place. Ablaze has climbed to 3rd. Gan Koyosho is in 4th. The race is heating up. Ablaze is really closing in on Shikomaru, just 1.2 seconds behind now. Reikoharu G has climbed 1 spot to 9th place. Turbo Benzina is also moving up 1 spot, now in 16. Wow. Derigo's really pulled off a surprise win. Guess they're the fastest in the bunch today. Well done. Wow, Derigos really took the checkered flag. Great job to them, they definitely earned that win. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, congratulations to Turbo Benzina for winning the bet race. They can now add a 2019 Ferrari Monza SP1 to their collection. It's a pretty sweet prize for some pretty fierce racing. Alright everyone, time's almost up to pick your car. Make your choice quick, or you might end up with the leftover racer. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, this is quite the interesting matchup. Sakurai TV is behind the wheel of a 2006 Lada Revolution RS2, which is known for being a bit of a wild card, especially on a technical track like Circuit du Var with that tricky chicane. On the other hand, Iron Crossor Wooden Cross has the Radical SR3, a lightweight, agile race car that's built for tight corners and quick acceleration. Given the track and the cars involved, I'd bet that Iron Crossor Wooden Cross has the edge here. The Radical SR3's modern design and handling capabilities should allow it to navigate the chicane more smoothly, especially if the AI drivers can capitalize on its strengths. Sakurai TV's Lada might struggle with the technical parts, but could make up some ground with roll power on the straightaways. For a while. In the end, I'd say the Radical has the upper hand and will likely finish ahead. But hey, with AI anything can happen, and surprises are part of the fun. Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at the Circuit du Var with that tricky chicane. Amy starting on pole in a vintage 1996 Ozella PA21 Honda atop. Let's see if that oldie can pull off some magic today. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, Sakurai TV in second, and me, Maya, holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Iron Crossor Wooden Cross is now in third place. Maya is right behind, closing the gap. Looks like a fun duel for that third spot. Iron Crossor Wooden Cross is dropping back to 10th place. Maya is climbing to 3rd. Naibe is moving up to 4th. Iron Crossor Wooden Cross is making a statement by taking the lead. H2 Hova is not far behind, closing the gap after overtaking 9 cars. Amy and H2 Hova are nose to nose for 2nd place. This is getting interesting. Maya is climbing fast to 3rd place. Zakarai TV is closing in on 2nd. Amy is holding strong at the front. Naiba and Maya are nose to tail for 3rd place. Miname Staya 21 just gained 1 spot to 7th. U20 Plays is climbing 2 spots to 8th. Amy is leading comfortably in her ultralight Cicella Pia 21 Honda, and it looks like she's just cruising at the front with no real challenge so far. Your name is Tyler and you're driving a Volkswagen Scirocco R Cup from 2011. You're currently in 7th place and seem to be holding steady, but no major moves yet. Orange Funk is driving a 2014 Abarth 500 Assetto course. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack and haven't set a competitive lap time yet. Amy is comfortably leading and just set the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control for now. Ultralights are leading with solid pace, likely benefiting from agility at the chicane. DCE cars are struggling to keep up, probably due to less grip and power on this technical track. Zakarai TV is holding a solid lead over Iron Crossor Wooden Cross, who's stuck in 3rd, but still in the hunt. Iron Crossor needs a mistake from Zakarai TV to have a shot. Ultralights are leading with solid pace, thanks to their agility on this chicane-heavy circuit. TCE cars are struggling a bit with consistency, especially the older models. The track favors nimbleness, so ultralights have the edge. Your Namastaya 21 is in 8th place, driving a Volkswagen Scirocco R Cup from 2011. Their lap time is a bit slow compared to the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Maya is now in the lead, climbing 2 spots to take the top position. U20 Plays is gaining on Minami Styler 21, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Amy is leading the race in an old-school Ozella PA 21 Honda. She's got a quick lap of just over 1 minute 8 seconds, so she's holding her own despite the vintage vibe. Looks like she's trying to keep that top spot. Congratulations, Maya! Looks like all those chicanes couldn't slow you down. Well done on the victory. Wow! Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. You really showed the others how it's done. And a huge shout out to Amy for grabbing the fastest lap. That's impressive! You get to claim the 1996 Osella PA21 Honda for ultralights, which is a pretty sweet prize. Maya, since you pulled off the most overtakes, you get the 2009 Joe Concept Unio 4 RC for ultralights. Great job to both of you. Alright folks, time is running out. Make your picks quickly before the AI cars start racing without your input. Don't miss your chance to influence the chaos. Wow, this is quite the matchup. On one hand, we have Hikari Hamsam behind the wheel of a 2009 BMW 134 Judd Firth 8. That sounds like a beast, especially with that Judd V8 engine roaring to life. On the other hand, I've got to say the 2015 Ferrari FXXK is no slouch either. That car is known for its insane speed and handling, especially around a track like Eastern Creek Amaru. Given that the Ferrari FXXK was built more for track dominance and recent engineering, I'd lean towards it having an edge here. Still, with a Judd V8 in the mix, anything can happen. It could come down to how well each driver manages the corners and the power delivery. But all things considered, I think the Ferrari has just a slight advantage in this race. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Eastern Creek Amaru, and Amundsen is starting on pole with a 2015 Ferrari FXX. K looks like a serious speedster up front. Let's see if it can hold that lead. Amundsen has taken the lead right out of the gate. Mutuba is holding strong in second place. Hikari Hamzam is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Mutuba is climbing up to first place. Doro is also making moves, now in 8th. Dorogue is driving a 2022 McLaren Elva, a car known for its lightweight design and open-top experience. They're currently in 8th place, which suggests a solid race, but still room for overtaking. Mutuba is leading in a 2018 Fittipaldi EF7, which is a pretty sleek hypercar. Looks like they're holding the pace well, but the fastest lap is still a mystery. Racing's tight at the front. Maya is driving a 2015 Ferrari FXXK, starting in 4th place. Looks like she's holding her ground among the hypercars, but no overtakes yet. Amy is currently in 8th place with a 1998 Lotus Tiga Esprit. Looks like she's holding her own among the hypercars, but no overtakes yet. The track's tight corners and high-speed straights are really shaking up the order. The hypercars are pushing hard, but overtakes are tricky, so expect some close calls. Amy is currently in 8th place with a 1998 Lotus Tiga Esprit. Looks like she's holding steady but not making much progress. Maya is driving a 2015 Ferrari FXXK, starting in 4th place. She's currently in 4th, just behind the leaders. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite catching the top 3 yet. Schmerzenleves is driving a 2015 Ferrari FXK, starting from 6th and currently in 5th. They're a bit slower than the leaders but holding steady. Mutuba is leading with a strong lap time of 56.743 seconds. Maya is holding 4th, but her Ferrari FXXK is not quite as quick as the top 2. Ikori Hamzam is close behind in 3rd, trying to catch up. Mutuba is leading and setting the pace with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless someone pulls a surprise. Schmerzenlev is driving a 2015 Ferrari FXXK. Same as some others, but with a slightly slower, fastest lap. Looks like they're holding their position but not making much progress. Mutuba is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he makes a mistake. The track's tight corners seem to favor the hypercars with better handling, keeping the top positions close. The straights are giving some room for overtakes, but overall, it's a battle of precision and grip. Emmer Pinkwolf is driving an Aston Martin 177 FLN from 2011. He's currently in 10th place, just ahead of the pack but not making much noise. His lap time is close to the middle of the field, so he's hanging in there. Mai Chunk is driving a 2009 BMW 134 Jetta V8, which is known for its balance and reliability. Their race looks steady, currently in the 12th spot, not making big moves but staying in the hunt. Patsorts is driving a 2017 Aston Martin Vulcan AMR Pro, a beast on the track. They're currently in the 10th spot, but their lap time suggests they might be struggling to keep up with the leaders. Well, look at that Mutube cruising to victory at Eastern Creek Emerald. Guess all those laps paid off. Nice job! Wow, Mutube really pulled off an incredible feat today, winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes all in one go. That's like completing a full set of achievements in one race. Congratulations to them. I guess they're officially the master of the circuit now. Here's a fun fact about the 1994 Venturi 260 LM. It was actually built as a racing version of the Venturi 260, and only a handful were ever made. This car was designed to compete in endurance racing, and was powered by a Peugeot V6 engine, making it quite the beast on the track. It's like the French answer to American muscle cars, but with a touch more finesse and a lot more speed. Hey Everlasting Apex! Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI-powered racing action. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your decision. The clock's ticking, and we don't want anyone missing out on the race of the century. Get those choices in before it's too late. Wow, what a matchup! On one hand, we have Stephen Brinkley with the 1995 Porsche 911 993 Carrera, a classic that's known for its agility and sporty handling. On the other hand, Flaming Buddha is in a 1989 Mercedes-Benz L500, which is more of a luxury cruiser than a racetrack monster. Given that we're racing on Albert Park, a track that rewards sharp turns and quick acceleration, I'd probably put my chips on Stephen Brinkley. That Porsche has a reputation for being a nimble and responsive car, perfect for navigating those tricky corners. The Mercedes, while elegant and comfortable, might struggle to keep up in the tight sections. Though unless Flaming Buddha's AI has some secret tricks up its sleeve, I'd say the Porsche has the edge for this one. But hey, it's AI, so anything can happen. Alright folks, the race is underway at Albert Park. Stephen Brinkley's on pole, steering a 1995 Porsche 911 993 Carrera. Buckle up, this should be interesting. Stephen Brinkley has taken an early lead, with Flaming Buddha right behind in second place. Tukins Flora is holding on to third for now. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Tukins Flora is now in 2nd place, closing in on the leader. Yoguna Miracle has just moved into 4th, eyeing that podium. Amy is still in 11th but making moves. Scrooge Champ is climbing fast into 6th place. N-Body Notes is also making moves, now in 8th. Maya and N-Body Notes are nose to tail for 7th. X Ragnaroks is now in 4th place. Scrooge Champ is narrowing the gap to Geogina Miracles by nearly 2 seconds. Shalesy has moved up to 8th place. Shalesy is really closing in on Maya, now just a second behind. Silhouette and N-Body Notes are still neck and neck for 9th place. Amy has gained a spot and is now 11th, climbing up the grid. X Ragnaroks and Blaming Buddha are nose to nose for 3rd place. Platinum Era and Equinox 2 are still locked in a close fight for 12. Oskatsarat is climbing fast, gained 2 spots to sit in 14th. X Ragnaroks is climbing up to 3rd place. Shalesy is also moving up to 7th. Silhouette and N-Body Notes are neck and neck for 9th. Geogina Miracles is really closing in on Blaming Buddha, just 140 seconds behind now. Shalesy is also making a move on Scrooge Champ, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Silhouette has climbed up 1 spot to take 9th place. N-Body Notes and Silhouette are nose to tail for 9th place. Thomas Moran just gained 1 spot, and is now in 20th. X Ragnaroks is gaining on 2 Kinds Flora, closing the gap by a second and a third. Shalesy just overtook someone to climb into 6th place. Silhouette is closing in on me, cutting the distance by over 2 seconds. X Ragnaroks and Toucan's Flora are nose to nose for 2nd place. Ice is sneaking up to 15th, just 1 spot behind a Better Bloke. The battle for 15th is heating up between a Better Bloke and Ice. X Ragnaroks is climbing to 2nd place. Geogina Miracles is now in 4th. Shalesy has moved up to 5th. Shalesy and Geogina Miracles are neck and neck for 4th place. Scrooge Champ just gained 1 spot to sit in 6th. Blaming Buddha and Scrooge Champ are also fighting hard for 6th. Ragnaroks is chipping away at Stephen Brinkley's lead, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Blaming Buddha is climbing up to 6th place. Silhouette is making moves, now in 8th. X Ragnaroks just overtook to take the lead. Stephen Brinkley is sticking close behind. Silhouette is closing in on Scrooge Champ, but still a bit behind. Toucan's Flora is really closing the gap on Stephen Brinkley, just 2/4 seconds behind now. They're battling hard for 2nd place. Meanwhile, N-Body Notes is climbing up, moving into 9th place. Everlasting Apex is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 13. Shalesy just nudged into the top 5. Blaming Buddha is closing in on Geogina Miracles, cutting the gap by a second. Shalesy is really closing in on Toucan's Flora, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Silhouette and Blaming Buddha are locked in a fierce battle for 6th place. Equinox 2 is climbing up 1 spot to 11th. Silhouette is climbing fast into the top 5. Everlasting Apex and Ozzyazarod are both making moves, creeping up into the teens. Looks like a race to watch. That new Mira just overtook someone and is now in 14th place. Maya is right behind, ready to pounce if there's a mistake. Tukin's Flora is driving in 1993 Ford Mustang S VT Cobra. They are currently in 3rd place and their fastest lap is just over 2 minutes 37 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Y'all. Shalesy just sneaked into 3rd place. Tukin's Flora and Shalesy are nose to nose for 3rd. Scrooge Champ is chipping away at Blaming Buddha's lead, closing in by over a second. Equinox Duo is driving a 1990 Mazda Onos Cosmo.ia. They're currently in the 13th place and seem to be struggling a bit with a fastest lap of almost 2:40.6. Looks like they're trying to catch up but not quite there yet. Yaknarox is holding a commanding lead and has the fastest lap, so he's clearly in control and looking to seal the deal. Wow, X Ragnaroks just took the victory. Looks like someone's been practicing their winning smile. Well done! Congratulations to X Ragnaroks for winning the race. That was an incredible drive. They really took the lead and held it. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Everlasting Apex did an awesome job with the most overtakes. They can now claim the 1994 Ferrari F355 Berlinetta F1, a true classic among street cars. Well done to everyone for such a thrilling race. Alright, everyone, hustle up. The clock's ticking and the time to pick your car is almost gone. If you haven't made your choice yet, now's the moment, or you'll end up with whatever's left. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. Waxy B is behind the wheel of a classic AGSJH 23 from 1988, known for its quirky charm and tricky handling. On the other hand, 5N0 Guy's Eurobruin AR 188 is another old-school contender. Maybe a tiny bit more refined, but still vintage enough to keep things interesting. Honestly, I'd lean towards WowXCB's AGs because sometimes these older cars have a surprise up their sleeve on a track like Riccardo Paletti. The tight corners and quick laps could favor a car with a bit of character. But don't count out 5 and Guy. Euro designs often have a bit more stability. It's really a toss-up. So I'm curious to see which classic can channel its inner beast and cross the finish line first. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Autodromo Riccardo Paletti, and leading the pack is the Pacey AR car, a 1988 Tyrrell 17. Looks like it's got the pole position, so let's see if it can hold on to that lead or if the AAI has other plans. Pacey AR has shot off the line to take the lead. Wanga Tangzavan, 272, is right behind in second place. Direct Official is holding steady in third. Looks like a close fight already. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Its Aurora has nudged into 8th place. But Belthanithi Beast is right behind, ready to make it a 3-way fight for 8th. Belthanithi Beast is climbing to 8th place. Joey Pastrami and Naturayan Lucky are nose-to-nose for 20th. Jake Selgaming is inching up to 22nd. Naturayan Lucky is driving a Tyrrell 17. They're currently in 22nd place and seem to be struggling to move up, with no notable overtakes so far. Pacey AR is leading the race comfortably in a Tyrrell 17 from 1988. Their fastest lap is currently the race's best, so they seem to be in control and pushing hard. Famaka just overtook Tangaducky TTV and is now in 13th place. They're still close together, so expect some more action soon. Arayu Serial is driving a McLaren MP44 and has moved up to 8th place. Looks like they're making some progress, but still a few spots behind the leaders. Jetso Gaming is in the 24th position with an Arrows at 10B. Looks like a tough race for them. Barely hanging on, and probably wishing for a miracle. Jade's Elgaming is driving an Arrows at 10B, and currently in the 24th position. Looks like a tough race for them with no recorded lap time yet. Five N0 Guy is driving an Eurobrun ER188. Their fastest lap is just under 1 minute and 9 seconds. They're holding on to 5th place, but their pace suggests they might be struggling to keep up with the front runners. Pacey AR is leading comfortably in a Tyrrell 017 from 1988. Their fastest lap is a 1:8.505. Which is slightly quicker than Wanga 10.7272 in second. D. Looks like they're cruising at the front with a solid gap. Belthanithi Beast is driving a Tyrrell 017, same as the leader. They're currently in 8th place, just behind the top contenders, and their fastest lap is a bit slower than the front runners. Looks like they're hanging in there, but not quite catching up. Famaka is gaining on Arayu Serial, and the gap is shrinking fast. K-Steflex is hot on Jzel Gaming's tail, closing in steadily. The track's tight corners and short straights are favoring the more agile cars like the Tyrrell and Lotus, while the longer straights are letting the slower cars struggle to keep up. The track's tight corners and high-speed straights are favoring the more aggressive drivers up front, while causing chaos for the backmarkers. Dairok Official is holding a solid third and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely in the mix for a podium if he keeps it up. Wok CB is holding on to 4th, but Fivenzerogai is just behind in 5th. Not much between them, so it's a close finish coming up. Rusnapom 6 is driving a Williams FW12. They're currently in 6th place, just behind the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady with a solid lap time of 18.393. No major moves yet, but they're in the mix. Congratulations to Pace CARR for winning the race. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow, Pace CAR really dominated that race. Congratulations on the win. You absolutely crushed it out there. And Maya, you did an amazing job with those overtakes. You're now the proud owner of a classic 1988 Eurobrunn ER 188. Nice pick! If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar might have the edge. It's known for a little extra horsepower, and maybe a tiny bit more speed on a track like Cleveland's Grand Prix circuit. But honestly, it's a close call because both cars are pretty much built for racing perfection. Still, I'd put my chips on the Chevy just because it's been known to have a slight advantage in power and aerodynamics. Alright, with both drivers being pretty much mystery boxes right now, this is anyone's guess. They're both in the same car, so it's all about skill, and maybe a bit of luck today. I'd say, let's keep an eye on who manages to stay composed and take the corners smoothly. Honestly, without much info, it's a wild card situation, so I'd call it a toss-up. May the best driver, or shall I say the luckiest, take the win. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Cleveland, and Beyond Two Dark Souls is leading the pack on pole in a 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Looks like they're off to a strong start. Stay tuned. Beyond Two Dark Souls has shot off the line into the lead. Anonymity 3 is holding second. Just ahead of Skixie's Beaupre in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spot already. Grandelive is on the rise, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Rana Rampage is climbing fast, moving into 13th after a similar surge. Sheikomaru is also making moves, now in 15th place with 3 more cars left behind. Anonymous Ninity 3 is climbing up to 2nd place. Skixie's Beaupre is now in 3rd. Medisbury and Buckybird are neck and neck for 4th. Ashenariton just moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Down Torquist and Ashenariton are nose-to-nose fighting for 6th. Crandelive and Exoaces are locked in a close duel for 9th. Down Torquist is really having a rough time now at 27. Exoaces is climbing steadily, now in 7th place. Rosigod Gaming and Exoaces are nose-to-nose for 7th. Looks like a close fight. Everlasting Apex is climbing fast, now in the 18th spot after overtaking 4 cars. Lebis 3 is also on the rise, now in 19th after passing 5 cars. Amy is gaining ground, now in 22nd after overtaking 3 cars. Chris Gopher is making a move, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is closing in, now in 18th place after her own surge. Emerald Tick 398 is climbing, now in 21 after passing 3 cars. Maya is charging through the field, now in 20th place after overtaking 3 cars. Exoaces is closing in on Ashanriton, cutting the gap by a full second. Exoaces and Ashanriton are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Flinchiacut 21 is really having a rough time, dropping 9 spots to 23rd. Rosigod Gaming and Exoaces are locked in a close fight for 7th. Imobius is climbing up the grid, moving 1 spot to 14th. Rosigod Gaming is holding off Exoaces for 7th place. Sheikomaru is trying to sneak past Rosigod Gaming for 8th. Ronnie Rampage and Crandelive are nose to tail for 10th. Emerald Tick 398 is closing in on Down to Quest with a 13.1 second gap. Rosigod Gaming just moved up 1 spot to 7th. Exoaces and Rosigod Gaming are now nose to nose for 7th place. Wow, Beyond Two Dark Souls really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Beyond Two Dark Souls really pulled ahead and took the win. Congratulations! That was an impressive display of racing skills from the AI. I guess all those Dark Souls practice paid off, huh? Great job to the winner. And let's see if anyone can catch up in the next round. Alright, fun fact about the 1970 Nissan Fairlady Z432 is that it came with a triple carburetor setup, which gave it a pretty impressive power boost for its time. It's like the car was saying, I may look classic, but I've got some serious gas in the tank. Plus, it was one of the few Japanese cars back then that could really hold its own against the European and American muscle cars. Alright everyone, the clock's running out, so if you want to see which car makes the race even more interesting, now's the time to pick. Don't miss your chance to influence the chaos. Get those selections in before it's too late. Oh wow, this is quite the nostalgic showdown. Zanman Samlin with the 1969 Mercury Cougar Illuminator versus Sithulukachu in the 1970 Ford Mustang. Both classics. But I have to say the Mercury Cougar has a reputation for being a bit more agile for its era, while the Mustang is legendary for its muscle power. If this were a straight-up drag race, I might lean towards the Mustang just because of its raw power. But if we're talking finesse and handling through the curves, the Cougar might surprise us. Honestly, I'd bet the Mustang might just have the edge, especially if it harnesses that horsepower efficiently. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Let's see which vintage beast dominates the race. And we're off at the Korean Grand Prix track with the vintage cars from the 1970s. Maya's leading the pack in a classic 1969 Chevrolet Camaro Z 28 to 28. Looks like she's got the early lead, but anything can happen in a race like this. Stay tuned. Maya is leading the pack, holding the top spot. Eunice Gota leads is right behind in second place. Amy is currently in third, trying to catch up. Equinox Doe is climbing fast, now in 16th place after overtaking 4 cars. Eunice Gota leads just gained 1 spot to lead the race. Maya and Juna Gota leads are nose to nose for the top spot. Two Peas and a Podcast is climbing fast, now in 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Rusnapalm 6 is also making moves, jumping 3 spots to reach 18th. Ikar 77 and Belthanethist are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place, trading positions. Two Ps and Morningstar are neck and neck for 6th place. Samun Zamun and Bilirja locked in a close fight for 10th. Anonymous Ninity 3 is climbing up to 13th, grabbing one more spot. Two Ps in the podcast is climbing to 6th place. Samun is advancing to 9th place. King Malcolm X and Salmon are battling closely for 9th. Salmon Zamun is driving a 1969 Mercury Cougar eliminated. They're currently in 10th place and seem to be holding steady without any major moves or overtakes so far. Two Ps in the podcast is closing in on Ikar 77, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Rusnapalm 6 has climbed 1 spot to take 13th place. Equinox 2 has moved up 2 spots to 14th. The vintage cars are slow and steady, making overtakes rare, and the race more about patience than speed. The track's tight corners probably favor skill over raw power, keeping the order pretty stable. Nistek is climbing up to 17th place. Just Panchakas and Rinog T4 are nose to tail for 19th. Two Ps and Ikar 77 are neck and neck for 5th place. Samun and Mahokaos are fighting hard for 8th. Rusnapalm 6 and Cthulhu Kachu are locked in a close scrap for 12th. Two Ps in the podcast is climbing to 5th place. Morningstars is closing in on Ikar 77 with a 1.7 second gap. Samun Zamun is advancing to 8th place. Two Ps and a podcast is closing in on Belthane the Beast, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Samun is also gaining on Morningstar Soul, same time reduction. Rusnapalm 6 is climbing 2 spots to take the 10th place. Two Ps and Belthane are neck and neck for 4th place. Samun Zamun is chipping away at Morningstar Soul's lead, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Rusnapalm 6 is hot on Mahokaos' tail, closing in by almost 3 seconds. Two Ps in the podcast is climbing to 4th place. Samun is closing in on Morningstar Soul, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Rusnapalm 6 is moving up to 9th place. Kulukachu is gaining on Mahokaos, closing the gap by 1.40 seconds. Everlasting Apex is inching closer to Anonymous Ninity 3, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Tokido Kibre is climbing up the order, moving 1 spot forward to take the 20th position. Samun Zamun is really hunting down Morningstar Soul now. The gap keeps shrinking. Rinog T4 just climbed 1 spot, now in 21st. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like all that hard work paid off. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow, Juna's got the leads really took the lead and held on to it, huh? Great job! They totally earned that win with some impressive driving skills. Maybe next time the others can catch up, but today Juna's Gatiliads is the champion. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Charlotte Legends Oval Circuit, I'd probably go with the 2017 McLaren 720. Its combination of aerodynamics, power and handling seems perfect for a high-speed oval race. Plus, it's a car that knows how to stay glued to the track even when pushing the limits. Though honestly, with this lineup, it's almost a toss-up. These cars are all pretty fierce contenders in their own right. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking down. Make your choices fast or you'll be stuck with whatever AI picks for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Ooh, this is a duel of the exotic supercars at Charlotte Legends Oval. The McLaren 650Cs is known for its sharp handling and speed, but the Lamborghini Huracan has that turbocharged punch and aggressive style. Honestly, it could go either way. If Amy can master the turns and keep her cool, she might just edge out Balsamic Vintu 183. But if the Lamborghini's power shines through, we'll see some dramatic overtakes. I'd say it's a close call, but I'm leaning slightly towards the Lamborghini for that raw acceleration advantage. Let's see how these AI drivers handle the competition. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Charlotte Legends Oval, and look at that. Mutt Wolf is starting on pole in a 2018 Radical RXC Turbo 600R. It's like he's already got the jump on the competition. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead, or if the others will catch up. Agreeds 34 has taken an early lead, with Mutt Wolf right behind in second place. Chubby Panda is holding on to third for now. But expect some early moves. Maya is closing in on the top 3. Billiscope is trying to hold on to that second place. Amy is charging hard, aiming for the top 10. Mutuba is on a roll, climbing to third place. Kilo Julia Delta is gaining ground to sit in 5th. Renok T4 is sneaking into 8th. The race is heating up. Renok T4 is climbing fast to 6th place. Druorfals is making a move to 11th. Balsamic Vinto 83 is creeping up to 14th. Big Boy Bets is climbing up to 8th place. Balsamic Vint 183 is now in 13th. Baycorn has moved into 15th. Mutuba is climbing up to 2nd place. Big Boy Bets is also making moves, now in 7th. Mutwolf and Inamchabi Panda are nose to nose for 8th. Billiscope just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Elititone 95 is climbing fast into 8th. That's Alti Serena is making moves into 17th. Renok T4 is hanging back, but has the fastest lap, so he's probably saving some juice for a late push. Druorfals is climbing up to 10th place. That's Alti Serena is inching closer to Lin Lilac, closing the gap by 130 seconds. The track's tight oval layout is favoring those with quick acceleration and good handling, making overtakes tricky but rewarding for the aggressive drivers. Renok T4 is making a late charge with the fastest lap, but he's still a few places behind the leaders. Looks like he's got the pace but needs a better position to really shine. Billiscope is driving a 2013 McLaren P1, which is known for its hybrid powertrain and blistering speed. They are currently in 2nd place, just behind Agretz 34. Looks like they're holding steady and making a strong push. Billiscope is gaining on Agretz 34, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. That's Altizarena and Tyler are neck and neck for the 14th spot. Bragu is inching closer to Lin Lilac, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Billiscope just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Maya is closing in on Mutube, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Renok T4 and Kilo Juliet Delta are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Renok T4 is climbing up to 5th place. Big Boy Bets is catching Kilo Juliet Delta fast, closing the gap by over a second. That Salty Zarena is also making moves, chipping away at Balsamic Vin 283's lead. Congratulations to Beleskopine on winning the race. Looks like they really took the checkered flag with style. Well done! Wow, what a race! Big congratulations to Beleskopine for taking the victory. That was an incredible run and totally well deserved. Now Amy, you've got the winning streak on this one. You can claim that sleek 2014 McLaren 650S. Nice job. Everyone keep your eyes on the prize, because the next race could turn everything around. Oh, the 1970 Chevrolet Corvette C3Z R1. Fun fact is that this car is actually a bit of a unicorn, because the Zrone badge was intended for a special racing version that never really hit production. Instead, the 1970 Corvette Zrone was a rare, high-performance version that was built for speed and style, making it a collector's dream today. It's like the car version of a secret club you wish you got an invite to. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking down and we don't want anyone to miss out on the race of the century. Get those selections in before it's too late. Well, this is quite the classic showdown, isn't it? The Betty White show cruising in that vintage Camaro Z28 has that raw muscle car appeal and a reputation for speed. On the other hand, Amy's El Camino SS is a unique blend of pickup truck and muscle car, which might give her some unexpected advantages in terms of handling or acceleration. But honestly, between the two, I'm leaning toward the classic Camaro Z28 taking the lead. It just screams speed and agility though. Who knows? The El Camino could surprise us. Either way, this will be a fun race to watch. Hey Jasonette, great to see you back. Hope you're ready for some epic car races. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the high-speed action. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Interlomas with a blast from the past. Toadette TV is on pole, zooming in a classic 1971 Plymouth Roadrunner. Looks like a nostalgic showdown is about to unfold. Toadette TV is leading the race, followed closely by Rusnapalm 6 in second place. Charon Midziroses is currently holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Thomas Moran is climbing to third place. Fish the Husky is gaining 2 spots, now in fifth. Arlo Coast and Fish the Husky are nose to tail for fifth. Blackbeard is gaining on Arlo Coast, closing the gap to just 1 second. Apidair Dope has climbed 1 spot to 11th place. Looks like Maya and Apito are about to have a showdown for that 11th spot. Blackbeard is climbing nicely to 6th place. Maya is making a move to 11th. Amy is gaining ground to 14th. The Betty White Show is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro Z 28808. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, not making much progress but not falling behind either. The track's tight corners seem to favor the vintage street cars with good handling, but the straights are giving the faster cars a chance to catch up. The track's tight corners and vintage cars are making overtakes tricky, so expect some close battles and maybe a few surprises in the top spots. Blackbeard just overtook Fish to Husky for 5th place. Their nose to tail, this could get interesting. Everlasting Apex is driving a 1971 Ford Falcon XYGTH, a classic muscle car. They are currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Looks like a quiet race for now. Blackbeard has climbed to 5th place. Yes 996 has moved up to 8th place. Everlasting Apex and Yes 996 are nose to nose for 8. Risna Pound 6 is driving a 1970 Plymouth Superbird, a classic muscle car known for its aerodynamics and speed. Looks like he's holding 2nd place comfortably, but the gap to the leader is pretty tight. Blackbeard just overtook someone to reach 4th place. Yes 996 is climbing up to 7th. At Everlasting Apex and Arlo Coast are nose to nose for 8. Everlasting Apex just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Maya is also climbing up to 9. Looks like Maya and Arlo Coast are neck and neck for 9th place. Yes 996 is driving a 1972 Maserati Kamzen, which is known for its distinctive design and sporty performance. They are currently in 8th place, just behind Everlasting Apex, and their fastest lap is a solid one, 22.034. Looks like they're holding their own in the mid-pack. Fish to Husky is climbing to 5th place. Apia Dope is now in 10th. Nibusu and Arlo Coast are neck and neck for 11. Thomas Moran has just climbed into 2nd place. Tanudake TTV is making a move up to 12th. Blackbeard is right behind Rusna Palm 6 now, just a second separating them. Yes 996 has climbed 1 spot and is now in 6th place. The Betty White Show is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro Z 28 Detail. They are currently in the 16th spot and seem to be holding steady, but they're a bit behind the leaders. Toadette TV is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Tangadaki TTV and Arlo Coast are nose to tail for 11th place. Amy and Margutsu are locked in a fierce duel for 13th. Tangadaki TTV is climbing up to 11th place. Arlo Coast and Tangadaki TTV are nose to nose for that spot. Amy is also making a move now in 13th. Blackbeard is gaining on Rusnapalm 6, closing the gap to just over a second. Maya and APR Dope are nose to tail, fighting for 9th place. Wow. Toadette TV really took the lead and left everyone in the dust. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Toadette TV really pulled off an incredible victory. Congratulations, you totally deserved that win. And a big shout out to Amy for winning the bet race. You can now claim the 1970 Chevrolet El Camino SS. That's a classic that's going to turn some heads. Well done, everyone. Here's a fun fact for you. Atlanta Motor Speedway is known for its super fast speeds and high bank turns. But did you know it was originally a mostly flat dirt track in 1960? It was then transformed into a paved oval with steep banking in the 1990s to make those high-speed thrills even more intense. So, from humble beginnings to a racing powerhouse, it's like the track grew up pretty fast. Well, with both drivers in the same car and no background info, it really comes down to pure luck, or maybe who can handle the pressure better. If I had to pick, I'd say it's probably going to be the one with the coolest head. But honestly, at this point, it's anyone's race. Let's see who's got the nerves for it. Alright folks, Rummy Fizz 13 is starting on pole in that sleek 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar, right here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the AI will surprise us. The race kicks off with someone leading the pack. Rummy Fizz 13 holding strong in second. and Thinkle Josho rounding out the top 3. Looks like a tight battle already. Theon Clayshow and Rummy Fizz 13 are nose to tail for second place. Bamaka just gained 1 spot to sit in 5th. Bamaka and Riswa Jingyo are locked in a close fight for 4th. Rummy Fizz 13 and the other driver are nose to tail for first place. Theon Clayshow and Rummy Fizz 13 are also locked in a close fight for second. Gabby the Minimac just gained a spot and is now 5th. Gabby the Minimac and Riswa Jingyo are battling hard for 4th. Theon Clayshow just overtook someone to take second place. Now he's closing in on the leader. That battle for Pone is heating up with Theon Clayshow and the other racer neck and neck. Gabby the Minimac and Riswa Jingyo are trading positions in a close fight for 4th. Theon Clayshow and someone are nose to tail at the front. Gabby the Minimac and Riswa Jingyo are swapping positions in the fight for 4th. Ebony Shadow and Gabby the Minimac are also trading paint for 5th. Gabby the Minimac and Riswa Jingyo are nose to tail for 4th place. Ebony Shadow and Gabby the Minimac are also close, fighting for 5th. Lithocarp and Jamaster the Gamer 9000 are locked in a fierce duel for 8th. Rummy Fizz 13 is holding on to second place, but Theon Clayshow is right on their tail. Gabby the Minimac and Riswa Jingyo are fighting hard for 4th and 5th. Ebony Shadow is trying to break away from Gabby the Minimac, but they're still close. Rummy Fizz 13 just edged ahead of Theon Clayshow for second place. Ebony Shadow is holding off Gabby the Minimac for 5th. Lithocarp and Jamaster the Gamer 9000 are still neck and neck for 8th. Wow, what a fantastic victory. Congrats to the winner, you really drove like a champion. Looks like all that code and algorithms finally paid off. Great job out there, you've definitely earned that shiny trophy. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because Barber Motorsports Park has those tight corners and technical sections that demand precise steering and nimbleness from a car. Speed is important, but if the car can't handle the twisty bits smoothly, it won't matter how fast it can go in a straight line. So, I'm looking for a car with sharp responsiveness and good balance to really shine here. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down to the final moments. Make your choices, or else you'll be stuck with whatever the AI picked for you. Time's almost up, so get your picks in before it's too late. Alright, this is an interesting matchup. The 1988 Nissan Sylvia S13 has that classic rear-wheel drive layout and a reputation for being fun and agile, especially in the hands of a skilled driver. The 1992 Honda Civic Si, on the other hand, is known for its reliability, lightweight, and nimbleness, making it a pretty solid choice for a race like this. Given that both are pretty lightweight and sporty, it could come down to how well each car handles Barber's tricky corners. I'd say the Sylvia might have a slight edge in roll power and rear-wheel drive control, but the Civic Si could outmaneuver it with its lighter weight and possibly quicker acceleration. If I had to make a call, I'd bet on the Nissan Sylvia coming out just a tad ahead. But hey, at the end of the day, it's AI, so it could go either way without breaking a sweat. Let's see how these machines perform. Alright everyone, the race is kicked off at Barber Motorsports Park, and our trusty popcorn slayer has snagged pole position in 1993. Lancia Delta HF Integral. What a throwback. Popcorn Slayer has taken an early lead, followed closely by Shikomaru and Architect. Looks like the top three are already setting the pace. Akvaiti is climbing to 7th place. Evolution 954 is also moving up to 9th. Maya and Evolution 954 are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Akvaiti is climbing up to 6th place. Tinyahima and Akvaiti are nose-to-nose for 6th. K-Bumper is advancing to 10th. Senyahima and Akvaiti are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Maya and K-Bumper are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Unistix is climbing fast, jumping 2 spots to 12. Unistix is climbing nicely to take the 10th place. Amy is making a move to the 13th spot. And Amy and Maya are nose-to-nose for the 12th position. Meg's Boring Life and Architect are nose-to-tail for 3rd place. K-Bumper just climbed 1 spot to 10th. Unistix and K-Bumper are locked in a close fight for the 10th position. Maya just gained a spot to 11th place. Amy is right behind in 12th. Angus Gordon and Merchikin live are nose-to-nose for 15th. Meg's Boring Life is climbing up to 3rd place. Akvaiti has also moved up 1 spot and is now in 5th. Tyler Drum's 31 and Akvaiti are nose-to-nose fighting for 5th place. Akvaiti is gaining on Architect, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Evolution 954 just moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Unistix is closing in on Amy, shrinking the gap by 2.5 seconds. Your Instinct is driving a Fiat Coupe Turbo. They're currently in the 18th place, trying to catch up but still a bit behind the pack. Unistix just overtook someone to move into 11th place. Your Instinct is also climbing up to 20. Rogue and Your Instinct are nose-to-nose for the 20th spot. Shikamaru and Popcorn Slayer are neck and neck for first place. Amy just gained one position and is now in 12th. Maya and Amy are battling closely for 12th place. Shikamaru is now in first place. Akvati and Architect are fighting hard for 4th. Evolution 9. 154 has gained one position and is now in 7th. Unistix just overtook someone to move into 10th place. Kaboomper and Unistix are nose to nose for that 10th spot. Naibe and Imus Gordon are also fighting hard for 15th. Akvaithi is currently in 5th place driving a Nissan Silvius 13 from 1988. Looks like they've been quick with a fastest lap of 1 minute 54 seconds and 27 hundredths. They're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. Evolution 954 is climbing to 6th place. Unistix is making a move up to 8th. Amy is advancing to 11th. The fight for 10th is heating up between Amy and Liam. Amy just climbed one spot to 10th place. Imus Gordon also gained one position, now in 14th. Your Instinct moved up to 21st. The race is heating up with some steady progress. Popcorn Slayer's gaining on Shikamaru, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Unistix and Tyler Drums 31 are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Amy just moved up one spot to 9th. Unistix just overtook someone and is now in 7th place. Your Instinct and Door Rogue are nose to nose for the 20th spot. Meg's Boring Life is climbing to 2nd place. Unistix is closing in on Evolution 954, cutting the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Amy is moving up to 8th place. Amy is gaining on Unistix, closing the gap by a full 2nd. Leiyun has climbed one spot to 11. Leiyun and Zenyahima are nose to nose for 10th place. Unistix is climbing to 6th place, while Kevinona is now in 10th after gaining 2 spots. Imus Gordon has moved up to 13th. Amy just gained one spot, now in 7th place. Evolution 954 and Amy are nose to tail, fighting for that 7th spot. Unistix is sitting pretty with the fastest lap, but he's got a long way to go if he wants to catch Shikamaru at the front. Naibe just moved up one spot to 14th place. K-Boompa and Naibe are nose to tail fighting for that same position. Wow, Shikamaru really took the checkered flag. Looks like they're on a roll. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Shikamaru really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations to them. They definitely earned that win with some smooth driving. Can't wait to see if they can keep up that momentum in the next race. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and maneuverability, because the layout of midfield raceway reverse is pretty twisty and technical. You need a car that can take corners smoothly and respond quickly to sudden turns. Speed is important, of course, but if your vehicle can't handle those sharp corners without losing control, you're not going to make it to the top. Acceleration out of the corners matters too, since gaining that edge on the straightaways can make or break your race. Basically, a balanced car that combines agility with decent acceleration would be my top pick for this tricky track. Wow, this is a clash of vintage legends. The 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy is known for its elegance and racing pedigree, but it's a bit older in the game. Meanwhile, the 1957 Curtiss Craft 500B has a reputation for being a powerhouse in its class, especially on a track like midfield raceway reverse. If I had to pick, I'd say Justin Gilks's Curtiss Craft might have the upper hand with its more aggressive design and adaptability. But hey, anything can happen in AI land. Let's watch these vintage beauties duke it out. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at midfield raceway reverse. And look at that! Crazy Sweetbutt is starting on pole in a 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy. Classic car, classic attitude. Let's see if it can hold that lead. Crazy Sweetbutt has taken the lead right out of the gate. T61 is holding strong in second place. Basiness Artwu is currently in third, but don't blink or you might miss some shuffling at the front. T61 just snatched the top spot from Crazy Sweetbutt. TT61 and Crazy Sweetbutt are nose to nose for the lead. Drivo 192X is climbing up to third place, inching closer to the front. Crazy Sweetbutt just took the lead, leaving the rest chasing. Basinese Artue is closing in on the top three. Two Peas in the Podcast is climbing steadily, now in 8th. When he taps some bombs, is climbing fast into 7th place. Necrophantasm is also making progress into 9th. Naiba and T-Boom are nose to nose for 13th. Basinezar Will is climbing to 2nd place. Ren Kaori is now in 4th. James Misk has moved up to 5th. Drivo192, X and James Nisk are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Kingshu22 is climbing up 1 spot to 9th. Sean and Kingshu22 are locked in a close fight for 9th. Wendy Tapsumbong Eggs just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Driwon Hun 92Q and Eki Tapsumbong Six are nose to nose for 6th. Necrophantasm and Shron are locked in a close fight for 10th. James Misk is dropping back to 11. Maya is now 26th and still losing ground. Rain Kaori and TT61 are nose to nose for 3rd place. No clear winner yet. Amy is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 21st. Wendy Tapsumbong is gaining ground, moving up 1 place to 5th. King Chu, Wen Tu Pew, and Tu Pisan de Podcast are nose to nose for 7th. Desit Nizarfu is now in 1st place. Crazy Sweetbutt is right behind him, both battling for the lead. King Chu 22 has climbed to 7th place. Crazy Sweetbutt is now in 1st place. Naibe has moved up to 13th. Smurf 20 and Bethreline are battling for 15th. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is holding the line, but Amy is closing in fast. Looks like a little push for P20 coming up. King Shu 22 is climbing up to 6th place. Cheese and Dashao just moved up to 17th. Globios Excel and Cheese and Dashao are nose to nose for 17th. Shron is really having a rough time dropping to 22nd place. Ren Kaori is closing in fast on tie to 61, just a 2.5 behind. They are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. Shron is really having a rough time dropping to 28th place. Wendy Tapsumbong 6 just moved up 1 spot to 4th. Ren Kaori and Waste Tapsumbong Yis are nose to nose fighting for 4th place. Justin Gilks is on a roll climbing from behind. Wendy Tapsumbongs and Titus 61 are nose to nose for 3rd place. Yingchu 22 just gained 1 spot and is now in 5th. Yingchu 22 just overtook someone to take 4th place. Ren Kaori is also climbing up to 5th. T-Boom and Necrophantasm are nose to nose for 8th place. Looks like a close one. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Necrophantasm is closing in on the top 5. T-Boom is right behind in 8th, just waiting for a slip. Yingchu 22 just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Ren Kaori is closing the gap on Titus 61, cutting it down by over a second. Necrophantasm and Wendy's Tapsumbong Shake Eggs are locked in a close fight for 6th. Wow. Crazy Sweet, but really outpaced everyone. Guess they're the new king of midfield raceway reverse. Well deserved. Wow! Crazy sweet, but really pulled off an amazing victory. Congratulations to them. That was quite the impressive run. I guess all that practice paid off. Who's going to take the next race? Sure thing. The 1981 Ozella PN9 was known for its quirky design and impressive engineering for its time. Fun fact is that it was actually built with the goal to be lightweight and agile, helping it outmaneuver some bigger rivals on the track. It's like the David of the racing world, fighting against Goliaths with clever design and a bit of Italian flair. Definitely a car that knew how to make its presence felt, in a charmingly underestimated way. Oh wow! What a throwback showdown we have here. Simpla Markers is piloting a classic Renault Alpine, a 442B, from 1977. It's a beautiful car with some serious vintage charm. On the other hand, I'm behind the wheel of a 1972 Lola T280, which might be a tad more nimble and lightweight. Considering that Momelo Rallycross is pretty intense and demands quick handling, I'd say the Lola T280 might have the edge due to its slightly more modern design for that era. But then again, that Renault has history on its side, and could surprise us with its raw power. If I had to pick, I'd lean towards my Lola just because of its agility on those tricky corners. But hey, don't count out the vintage charm of the Renault. It's a race for the ages. Alright folks, Amy's kicking off on pole in the Group 6 race, driving a classic 1977 Porsche 936. Things are about to get interesting at Momelo Rallycross. The race kicks off with Amy taking an early lead, Case to Flex right behind her, and I'm holding on in third place. Let's see if I can keep up, or if the AI has other plans. Zikopol is driving a 1970 Chevrolet Camaro in the vintage Trans Am class ticket. Looks like he's holding his own in 7th place, but no real action yet. Maya's Lola T280 is currently in 2nd place, holding a solid position from 4th start. Looks like she's making a good push, but Amy's Porsche is pulling ahead. Coba's car is a 1970 Plymouth Barracuda, known for its sleek design and muscle car heritage. Looks like Coba is holding steady in 8th place, not making any dramatic moves but staying in the hunt. K-Steflex just overtook for 2nd place. Simpla Markers is right behind in 3rd. Zikopol is closing the gap on Trash Crashton, gaining a 2nd. Abomzi is gaining fast on Maya, now just a few seconds behind. Maya is inching closer to Simpla Markers, but still a couple of seconds apart. The track must be a wild card with all these perfect lap times. Or maybe the AI just isn't feeling the challenge today. Zikapal's Chevrolet Camaro is a classic from 1970. But it looks like he's struggling with pace. He's dropping back and hasn't posted a valid fastest lap yet. Velocitor 14 is driving a vintage Mercury Cougar from 1967. They're currently in 6th place, just behind the top 5. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Cooper is driving a 1970 Plymouth Barracuda, a classic muscle car known for its power. Looks like they're making a move, currently in 8th place, just behind Trash Crashton. Not bad for a vintage beast. Velocitor 14 is driving a 1967 Mercury Cougar d'Auditor. They're currently in 6th place, just behind the Camaro and Firebird. Looks like a solid run, but they might need a bit more speed to catch up. The tight corners and quick chicanes are favoring the more agile cars like the Renault Alpine and Lola T280. The longer straights seem to be helping the vintage Trans Am cars stay in touch. Case Teflex is now in 1st place. The race is heating up with Amy right behind him. Looks like a close fight for the lead. Case Teflex and Simple Markers are nose to tail for 3rd place. Amy has just taken the lead, leaving Maya in 2nd. The gap between Maya and the battle for 3rd is shrinking fast. Case Teflex is storming to the front, now in 1st place. Abomzi is closing in on Simple Markers, the gap shrinking fast. Sikapal just climbed 1 spot. Now, 8. Case Teflex is dropping back to 9th place. Amy is now in 1st. Maya has moved up to 2nd. Zimplimakis is racing a Renault Alpine, a 442B, from 1977. They're holding a solid 3rd place and have the fastest lap time among the top 3. Looks like they're pushing hard but still behind the leaders. Case Teflex is closing in on Trash Crashton, cutting the gap by 16.6 seconds. Zimplimakis just moved up 1 spot to take 2nd place. The Group 6 cars are clearly faster, with the top 3 all from that class. The vintage Trans Am cars are struggling to keep up, probably due to the track demanding more agility and speed. Maya is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Abomzi is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Case Teflex is hot on Sikapal's tail, closing in by 1.8 seconds. Wow, Maya, you really drove away with that one. Congratulations on the win. Wow, what a legendary performance by Maya. Winning the race, snagging the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes all in one go? That's a triple crown if I've ever seen one. Truly, a masterclass in racing today. Congratulations to you, Maya, you've definitely earned that victory. And now for the lucky driver who can claim the 1972 Lola TT80 in Group 6, it's you. You've earned this special car move, so enjoy driving that classic beast. Hope you're ready to feel the power of a true vintage racing legend. Sure thing. Did you know that the combined street cars class is basically like putting a bunch of everyday cars on a racetrack and pretending they're in the Fast and the Furious? It's amazing how these cars, which you might see in a traffic jam, can actually race like they've got a secret turbo engine hidden somewhere. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final choices now or forever hold your peace in the race. Don't miss out on the best car for your team. Oh wow. This is an interesting matchup. Yabuai Rwanda with that 2011 Rough RT12 has a lot of modern engineering and probably a good balance of speed and handling. But then again, Zugsterkat's 1984 Audi Sport Quattro has that classic rally car charm and might surprise us with its agility and raw power. Honestly, I'd put my chips on Yabuai Rwanda just because the Rough is a beast on the tarmac and has that refined edge. But don't count out Zugsterkat's vintage charm. Sometimes those older cars have a way of making up ground with clever driving. It's going to be a close call, but I think Yabuai Rwanda might just edge out with a narrow victory. We'll see how it plays out. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Sydney Homebush Street Circuit and King Malcolm X is on pole with a classic 1966 Lamborghini Miura P400 SV. This beauty might be old school, but I bet it's got some surprises up its sleeve. Stay tuned. King Malcolm X is leading the race right now, followed closely by Brando Buster in second place. Alan 656 is currently in third. Looks like a tight start at the front. Alan 656 is climbing to second place. Autumn Thunderbird is also moving up to third. Imbus Platinum is making a solid jump to fourth. Evolution 54 is really having a tough time dropping to 18. Jaden's Misk is climbing nicely to 6. Waffling Gotters is making a move to 8. Waffling Gotters and Brando Buster are nose to nose for 7. Evolution 954 is storming through the field, now in first place after overtaking 17 cars. Alan 656 is right behind, and they are locked in a close fight for the lead. Meanwhile, Amy and James Misk are neck and neck for 6th place, making it a tight squeeze. Ya boy Rwanda is on a roll, climbing to 8th place. Maya is right behind, also making moves to 9th. Annex Agarax is not slowing down, pushing through to 11th after overtaking 4 cars. Autumn Thunderbird just sneaked into 2nd place. Brando Booster is closing the gap on me, cutting it down by 130 seconds. Looks like Brando Buster and I are locked in a tight fight for 9th place. Evolution 954 is closing in on Zugsterkat fast, just 9.6 seconds behind now. Imbus Platinum has climbed up to 3rd place, making a nice little move. Ya boy Rwanda is also on the rise, now in 7th, inching closer to the top. Evolution 954 is now just a few seconds behind Zugsterkat. King Malcolm Eriks and Imjust Platinum are neck and neck for 3rd place. Ya boy Rwanda is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by 2/5 seconds. Evolution 954 is almost on Zugsterkat's tail now, just 6 seconds behind. Autumn Thunderbird is closing in on Alan 656, shaving off 1.8 seconds. James Misk has moved up 1 spot, and is now in 4th place. Ya boy Rwanda just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Amy is also climbing up to 7th. Looks like Maya and Amy are nose to nose for 7th position. Evolution 954 is closing in on Zugsterkat, now just 5.2 seconds behind. Maya has climbed 2 spots to sit in 6th place. Annex Agarax has moved up 1 spot to 8th. Autumn Thunderbird is driving a 2014 Nissan GT-R Nismo, which is known for its advanced aerodynamics and twin-turbo V6. They are currently in 2nd place, holding a solid position and running a fastest lap of 1 minute 42 seconds. Looks like they're pushing hard. Annex Agarax has just climbed to 7th place. Kavukachu is now in 9th after moving up 1 spot. T-Boom is closing in on Amy and the gap is shrinking fast. They're in a tight battle for 10th place. Congratulations, Alan 656. Looks like your victory at Sydney Homebush Street Circuit was well deserved. Guess all those laps paid off. Wow, LN 656 really showed us how it's done. Congratulations on the win. You were definitely the star of the race today. Can't wait to see if you can keep that winning streak going. Here's a fun fact about the 2018 BR Engineering BR1. This racing machine was built specifically for the FIA World Endurance Championship. And it features a hybrid powertrain that combines a turbocharged V6 engine with an electric motor. Basically, it's like the superhero of endurance racing, blazing fast and environmentally conscious at the same time. Not too shabby for a car that looks like it means serious business on the track. Alright, this is a pretty interesting matchup. Bacio Grande rolling in that 2015 Audi R18 e-tron Quattro, which is known for its hybrid technology and agility. On the other hand, Wonga Tank 7 1272's got the 2014 Toyota TS040 Hybrid, which is also a hybrid powerhouse but a bit older. Considering the specs, the Audi might have the edge with its Quattro all-wheel drive system and more recent engineering updates. Plus, its racing pedigree in the Le Mans series is pretty solid. But hey, Wonga Tank 7 272 could surprise us if they handle the tricky corners of Rio just right. Still, if I had to put my chips on it, I'd say Bacio Grande's Audi has the slight upper hand here. Let's see how it all unfolds. Alright everyone, Trash Crashton is kicking off from pole on the magnificent Rio de Janeiro track, driving a classic 2015 Audi R18 e-tron Quattro. Let's see if that vintage charm can outpace the competition today. Amingsan has taken an early lead, with Trash Crashton right behind in second place. I am holding strong in third, just waiting for a slip-up from the front runners. Maya and Trash Crashton are nose to tail for second place. Toucan's Flora and Maya are swapping positions in the fight for third. Amy and X-Basic Switch X are locked in a close duel for fifth. X-Basic Switch just overtook someone to move into fourth place. Amy and Toucan's Flora are nose to nose for fifth. Gasatur and Yabarwanda are locked in a close fight for 14th. Sasatur is driving a 2017 Porsche 911 RSR. They're currently in 16th place, and seem to be holding steady without any major moves or overtakes so far. Dolicia Dementi 1 is now in 6th place, climbing up one spot. Lux Ravenous is gaining on Wonga Tank 7 272, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Bacho Grande just overtook someone to climb to 7th. Wangatang 7272 is right behind in 8th, inching closer. Amy's dropped to 18th, looks like she's taking a breather. LMP1 cars are dominating the top spots with faster, more advanced tech. The track favors their speed and agility, keeping the GES further back. Schmerzenlieb is driving a 2017 Porsche 911 ASR. They're currently in the 17th place, so it looks like their race is a bit of a struggle with some ground to make up. The track's tight corners and elevation changes are favoring the older Rebellion cars and the hybrid Toyotas, making overtakes tricky for the newer Audi models. Looks Ravenous is gaining on Wangatang 7272, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Amy is hot on GamerBoss 72's tail, closing in steadily. Sasa Tour and Yaboyar Rwanda are nose-to-nose for the 13th spot. Amy is chipping away at GamerBoss 72, now just a second behind. Wangatang 7272 is driving a 2014 Toyota TS 040 Hybrid. They're currently in 8th place, but their fastest lap is a sluggish one, 27.836. Looks like the hybrid isn't helping much today. Bacho Grande is sitting in 8th but just set the fastest lap, so he's probably saving some pace for a late push. Maya is currently in 3rd place with the 2014 Rebellion R1. She's slightly behind the leaders but has a faster lap time than some of the others. Looks like she's pushing hard to catch up. Wangatang 272 is having a rough time dropping to 14. Looks Ravenous is climbing up to 8. Fish the Husky is also making moves, now in 9th. Lux Ravenous is driving a 2017 Porsche 911 RSR in the GTE class. They're currently in 8th place, but their lap time is significantly slower than the leaders. So it looks like a tough race for them so far. Yaboy Rwanda is climbing up to 12th place. Sasatur is sneaking into 13. Schmerzenlieb is inching into 14. Looks like everyone's in a hurry today. Bacho Grande is holding a solid position and has the fastest lap among the LMP1s, so he's in a good spot to challenge Wangatang 272. Wangatang 272 is a bit behind but still in the mix. It's a tight battle, and the final lap could be interesting. Wow, Amin-san just won the race. Guess all those practice runs finally paid off. Well done. Wow, what a surprise. Congratulations to Amundsen for taking the crown today. Looks like all that hyper-pretend driving paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep up the winning streak. Sure thing. Did you know that the Autodromo di Franciacorta short track is famous for its tight corners and quick chicanes that really test a car's agility? It's like a racetrack version of a puzzle where the cars have to be both fast and clever to get through without crashing. It's basically the Sudoku of racing circuits. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up, so make your choices quickly if you want your favorite car to have a shot at glory. Don't be that person watching from the sidelines wishing you had picked differently. Get those selections in before it's too late. Wow, we've got quite the vintage showdown here. Gabby the Minimac is behind the wheel of a Nissan Skyline R32 from 1990, a true icon with a lot of street cred. On the other hand, HP Lootcraft is steering a 1984 Ford RS200, which is definitely more rally rebel than racetrack legend. Given the short circuit of Franciacorta, I'd say Gabby's patience and the R32's all-around balance might give her the edge. The Skyline's known for its smooth handling and power delivery, which should come in handy on this tight track. The RS200, while a beast in rally stages, might struggle a bit with the finesse needed here. So I'm leaning towards Gabby taking this one, but don't count out HP Lootcraft just yet. It's all about who handles the twists and turns better. Stay tuned. Alright folks, the race is underway at Autodromo di Franciacorta Short, and leading the pack is Body Notes in a classic 1970 Chevrolet Corvette CER1. Looks like vintage might have some speed here. Body Notes has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Lord Sacredsby is right behind in second, trying to catch up. The Lightning Thief is in third, hanging close but not quite close enough to challenge yet. Lord Crespi is now in first place. Dredsko has climbed to fourth. I am moving up to 8. Maya and HP Lootcraft are neck and neck for 7. Maya is climbing up to 7th place now. Exoaces has also gained 1 spot, moving into 8th. Globosi is making a move now in 10th. Exoaces and Maya are nose to tail for 7th place. Darrogue and T-Bome are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Exoaces and Maya are nose to tail for 7th place. Globus 8 just slipped into 9th after a little push. Relaxed View is sneaking into 12th, inching closer to the pack. Darrogue climbs 1 spot to 12th place. Relaxed View and Darrogue still neck and neck for 12th dead. Dylan Fox of 13 is closing the gap on Mahojas, now just 1.2 seconds behind. Relaxed View just climbed 1 spot to 12. Keruvinen and Shattered Pixel are nose to nose for 20. N-Body Notes just overtook Lord Secretsby and is now in the lead. Lord Secretsby is not giving up easily though. They are right behind. Lord Secretsby is now in 1st place. Exoaces has climbed to 7th. Relaxed View is in 11th. Looks like some steady progress. Relaxed View is closing in on HP Lootcraft, now just a little over a second behind. Mahokaos has climbed 1 spot to 13. Maricoblai has also gained 1 position, now 17th. N-Body Notes is leading the race in a vintage Chevrolet Corvette C3ZR1. They have a solid start and are maintaining a comfortable lead, with the fastest lap of 12.727, showing they're pushing hard. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Gabitha Minimac are nose to tail for 5th place. Globalist and I are locked in a close fight for 8th. HP Lootcraft and Global Sexo are battling it out for 9th. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is climbing to 5th place. Exoaces is now in 6th. Global Aliens is sneaking into 8th. Looks like the race is heating up. Keruvinen is driving a 1972 Ford Falcon X, a GT. They're currently in the last place, over a second behind the next car, so it looks like a tough race for them so far. Serprothri is driving a vintage Lamborghini 400 GT from 1965. They're currently in the 15th place, a bit behind the leaders, and their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up with the pace. Exoasis and Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios are nose to nose for 5th place. Globaz is climbing up to 7th. Relaxed View is sneaking into 10th. Congratulations, Lord Secretsby. Looks like you decided to take the crown today. Who knew you were hiding such speed under that royal demeanor? Wow, Lord Crispy really crushed it. Congratulations on winning the race. That was some impressive driving, clearly the best in the competition today. Can't wait to see what you do next. Sure thing. Did you know that the 22 Honda NSX-R is considered one of the most focused and lightweight versions of the NSX? It was basically a track-ready version with less luxury, more speed, and a lot more attitude. Basically, Honda took everything that made the NSX great and said, let's make it even more exhilarating. It's like the sporty chef's kiss of the NSX lineup. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to jump in before the race begins. Get those choices in or you'll have to cheer for whatever's left. Hurry up! Well, with both drivers being pretty much strangers to us, it's like choosing between two mystery boxes. I'd say it all comes down to luck and maybe who's having a good day. Since neither has a spotlight on them, I'm just gonna sit back and watch the race unfold. Who knows, maybe one of them will surprise us all and take the win. Alright everyone, here we go. Spearlight Kale is starting on pole with a classic 1999 Nissan Skyline GT R34. Let's see if that old school legend can hold its ground in this race. Spearlight Kale has taken the lead right out of the gate. Henfatig is holding strong in second place. King Malcolm Mirks is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Lord Crispy is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 12. Billy is gaining ground, overtaking 4 cars to reach 20. Henfatig is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to take the lead. Lord Secretsby is on a roll, climbing 5 spots to 7th place. Kick-Ass Lady X3 is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 26th. Sputnik NZ is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 4th. Sputnik NZ and King Malcolmerks are nose to tail, fighting for 3rd. Dishonored Fox is on a roll, climbing to 2nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Lord Secretsby is also making moves, climbing to 4th after 3 overtakes. Ablaz is storming through, overtaking 5 cars to sit in 5th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Autumn Thunderbird is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 12. Dishonored Fox is holding on to the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st. Lord Secretsby is also up 1 to 3rd. Lord Secretsby and Henfatig are nose to tail fighting for 2nd place. Relaxed View is charging through the field, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Starbix is also on the move, climbing 3 spots to 22nd. Lord Secretsby is making a move, gaining 1 position to 2nd place. The battle for the lead is heating up with Lord Secretsby and Dishonored Fox locked in a tight duel for 1st. Relaxed View is on a roll, climbing to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Billy is making a move, passing 4 cars to reach 14. Rusnapalm 6 is on a charge, overtaking 7 cars to settle in at 17. Lockjaw 7 is right behind Sputnik NZ, closing the gap to just over a second. They're battling fiercely for 8th place. Meanwhile, Relaxed View is hot on Lockjaw 7's heels for 9th. This race is heating up in the mid-pack. Relaxed View is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. Lord Secretsby has gained 1 position to 2nd. Abladaz and Lord Secretsby are locked in a close duel for 2nd place. Abladza is making a move to take the lead. Relaxed View is climbing up to 6th. Spear Like Hail is pushing into the top 10. Lockjaw 7 advances to 8th place. Deserts and Sputnik NZ are nose to nose for 10th. Rusnapalm 6 climbs to 13th. Relaxed View is climbing up to 5th place. Deserts is making a move to 9th and is now just behind Spear Like Hail. They're nose to tail for that 9th spot. Autumn Thunderbird just gained 2 spots, now in 10th place. Spear Like Hail and Autumn Thunderbird are neck and neck for 10th. Rusnapalm 6 is closing in on Sputnik NZ, chipping away at the gap. Lockjaw 7 is climbing up to 7th place. Deserts and Henfatig are still nose to nose for 8th. Rusnapalm 6 is advancing to 12th. Chris Gopher is climbing up to 3rd place. Deserts is also moving up to 8th. Henfatig and Defizzards are nose to tail fighting for 8th. Deserts and Lockjaw 7 are nose to tail for 7th place. Rusnapalm 6 is gaining ground, now in 10th place. Autumn Thunderbird and Rusnapalm 6 are locked in a close fight for 10th. Deserts is climbing up to 7th place. Rusnapalm 6 is also moving up, now in 9th. Hinfatig and Rusnapalm 6 are nose-to-tail fighting for 9th. Lord Zekritsby and Kreisgopher are neck and neck for 3rd place. Rusnapalm 6 is climbing up to 8th place. Lokjan 7 and Rusnapalm 6 are fighting hard for 8th position. Lord Zekritsby is climbing up to 3rd place. Relaxed View is getting closer to Kreisgopher, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Autumn Thunderbird has moved into 10th place. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like you really know how to steer your way to the top. Ah, well done. Wow, what a stunning victory for a Blaze. Congratulations on that win. You clearly know how to handle those virtual tracks. Great job staying ahead and crossing that finish line first. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Ruapuna Park circuit, I'd go with the 2017 Norman M30. Its design is built for high-speed racing and sharp handling, perfect for a technical and fast circuit like Ruapuna. Plus, it's a modern racing machine that probably has the edge over the vintage and obscure options. The rest might be fun to watch for their quirks or nostalgia. But when it comes to winning, the Norma seems like the clear favorite. Alright everyone, last call to pick your favorite machine. The clock's ticking, so make your choices quickly before the race starts without you. Don't miss out on your chance to root for the car you think will reign supreme. Oh wow, we've got quite the battle here. On one side we have Tokens Flora with a classic Mitsubishi Galant VR4 from 1987. That car might be a little older, but it's known for turbocharged fun and a decent amount of rally-inspired agility. On the other side, Amin-san is steering a 2017 Dallara P217, a sleek, modern race car designed for speed and precision. Honestly, the Dallara P217 is built for racing on a track like Ruapuna Park, so I'd give it the edge in raw speed and handling. The Galiant is a solid car for its age, but it might struggle to keep up with the advanced aerodynamics and technology of the Dallara. So, I'm placing my bets on Amundsen and the Dallara for this one. But hey, it's all about the thrill, so who knows? Maybe the vintage charm of the Galant will pull off a surprise. Alright everyone. Hot Bolognese is kicking things off at Ruapuna Park in the all-random class. Starting on pole with a classic 1987 Mitsubishi Galant 4.4. Buckle up, this race just got interesting. Hot Bolognese has taken an early lead. IK-77 is holding strong in second place. La Rache is currently in third, trying to keep up. Maya is charging through the field, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. La Rache is climbing fast, claiming the lead. Hot Bolognese and La Rache are nose to tail at the front, fighting for the top spot. Amundsen is on a roll, climbing 5 places to third. Maya is not far behind, overtaking 6 cars to land in 4th. Rogue is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to second. Iconic Odd is climbing to 8th place. Reinecke is also moving up to 9th. Looks like they're both on the push. Amundsen just sneaked into second place. Ebony Shadow and Iconic Odd are climbing up 1 spot each, now sitting in 6th and 7th. The race is heating up. Amundsen is now in first place. Maya has climbed to third. Reinecke is now in 8th. Looks like the race is heating up. Maya just overtook La Rache and is now in second place. Looks like the race is heating up with a close fight for second. Maya is currently in second place on the grid. Her Ligia JSP2 Honda is holding steady, but she's got a long way to catch the leader. Looks like she's staying consistent so far. Gabby the Minimac is running a vintage 1970 Lada 2101.E. Looks like she's holding steady in the middle of the pack, but no signs of overtaking yet. Ebony Shadow is racing a Porsche 917 LH from 1971. They're currently in 5th place and seem to be holding steady. No signs of trouble or overtakes yet. Ebony Shadow is driving a Porsche 917 LH from 1971, a true classic in the prototypes 1970s class. Their race looks steady so far, holding a comfortable 5th place with no signs of trouble. La Rache is climbing up to second place. Rogue is now in third. Ebony Shadow has moved into 4th. The race is heating up. Tukins Flora is racing a 1987 Mitsubishi Galant BER4. They are currently in 8th place. But with all the DNF flags and no lap times, it looks like their race might be more about survival than speed. Hot Bolognese is climbing to 8th place. HR77 is now in 9th. Toucan's Flora is sneaking into 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. Iconic Odd is driving a 1995 TVR Cervera, a car known for its raw power and aggressive styling. They are currently in 7th place, holding steady with a decent lap time of 1:32. Looks like they're just hanging in there without any major drama. Le Rocher is climbing up to 2nd place. Dar Rogue is now in 3rd. Ebony Shadow is pushing into 4th. Looks like a tight battle behind the leader. Eighth place is a tight spot for Toucan's Flora to hold off Amundsen, who's still stuck in the pits with that Dallara. Looks like Flora might keep the position unless Amundsen suddenly wakes up. Alright everyone. The AI clearly had a bit of a rough time on that track, so we're calling it early. Don't worry though, the points for this race have already been tallied up, so we can see who's been holding their own. Stay tuned for the updated standings and prepare for the next race where hopefully the cars will behave a little better. Wow Maya, you really sped past the competition. Congratulations on winning the race at Ruapuna Park. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Wow, what an incredible achievement. Congratulations to me for winning the race, securing the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes. That triple crown is definitely something to be proud of. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim a car. Congratulations! If you're eyeing the 2014 Onrook Ligier JSP2 Honda, remember it's a sweet ride, perfect for those who want to leave the competition in the dust. Keep those competitive spirits high. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it, or forever hold your peace while the AI makes its choice for you. Don't miss out on the thrill. Wow, both of these classics are real beauties, and really pack a punch for their era. The Wolf Williams FW05 is known for its innovative design and agility, while the Parnelli VP J4B has that raw power and aggressive stance. If I had to pick, I'd say it's going to be a close call. But the Wolf might have a slight edge around Phillip Island's tricky corners because of its lighter frame and handling finesse. Still, don't count out the Parnelli's brute force. It might just surprise us. Let's watch and see which vintage beast dominates. Alright everyone, here we go at Phillip Island. Der Let's Go is starting on pole in a classic 1976 Lotus 77. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold the lid. Der Let's Go has taken an early lead, with Strutting Jarl right behind in second. I am holding the third spot. But don't get too comfortable. Maya is now in first place, leaving the rest to chase. Toucan's Flora has climbed to third, but Strutting Jarl is right behind, both fighting for that third spot. Chubby Boy RJ is on a roll, climbing to 11th place. Amin-san is also making moves to 12th place. Katsuma Girl is not far behind, grabbing 13th place. The pack is tightening up nicely. Frogsworth and Arlo Coast are nose to tail for 6th place. Idealeave is inching closer, now in 9th. This battle for 6th is heating up. Idealeave is climbing nicely to 6th place. Chubby Boy RJ is also making moves to 9th. Chubby Boy RJ and Frogsworth are nose to nose for 8th. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Dorogue just overtook Kazuma Girl for 10th. Dorogue and Kazuma Girl are nose to tail in that battle. Amy is now 6 places behind, still trying to find her rhythm. H2Hove and Toucan's Flora are nose to nose for 3rd place. Cutting Girl just gained 1 spot to sit in 10th. Dorogue and Kazuma Girl are locked in a close fight for 10th. Chubby Boy RJ and Frogsworth are nose to tail for 8th place. Kanma Girl and Chubby Boy RJ are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Apitope and Liza Shibi are battling it out for 12th. The race is heating up in those midfield scraps. H2Hove is climbing fast into 2nd place. Idealeave is narrowing the gap on Strutting Jarl. Less than a second now. Katsuma Girl and Chubby Boy RJ are locked in a close fight for 9th. Chubby Boy RJ is climbing up to 8th place. Apitope is making a move to 12th. Amin-san is inching into 14th. Looks like some steady progress. H2Hove is gaining on Maya fast, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Silver Gaming and Amin-san are locked in a tight fight for the 14th spot. Dongrit's on the 3. Just moved up 1 place to 17th. Idealeave and Strutting Jarl are nose to tail for 5th place. Silver Gaming is climbing up 1 spot to 14th. Silver Gaming and Liza Shibi are locked in a close fight for 13th. Chubby Boy RJ advances to 7th place. Kusuma Girl climbs to 9th. Amin-san moves up to 14th. Amin-san and Liza Shibi are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Cotton Girl is really having a rough time, dropping 10 places to 19. Chubby Boy RJ is closing in on Idealeave, chipping away at the gap by 1.5 seconds. Arlo Coast and Chubby Boy RJ are nose to nose for 7th place. This battle is heating up. Rogue is climbing up to 8th place. Nonstop is making a move and now sits in 14th. Amy is narrowing the gap to Silver Beat Gaming by over a second and a half. Rogue is closing in on Chubby Boy RJ, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Apia Dope has moved up one spot to 10th place. Nonstop is also climbing one spot to 13th. Lisa Shibi is driving a Hesketh 308D, starting from the 13th position. She's currently in the middle of the pack with a lap time of 1 minute, 43 seconds, and 6/10. Looks like she's holding steady, but not making much progress. Eddie Leave and Strutting Jal are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Alacoast is chipping away at Rogue's lead, closing the gap by 2:30 seconds. Dongazono 3 is on the move, climbing one spot to 12th. Strutting Jal is climbing up to 4th place. Chubby Boy RJ is closing in on Edilev, cutting the gap by over a second. Radicero Activa Vixen and Lisa Shibi are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Lisa Shibi is climbing up to 12th place. Silver Gaming is also moving up to 14th place. Rogue is closing in on Chubby Boy RJ, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Lisa Shibi has moved up one spot to 11th place. Brooksworth and Lisa Shibi are locked in a tight fight for 11th place. Wow, Maya, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the race was just a walk in the park for you. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Maya really took the checkered flag? Great job out there. You must have some secret AI driving skills I need to learn. Congratulations on the win. Sure. Did you know that the Ford Legends racing cars are designed to look like tiny, supercharged race cars, but are actually built to be incredibly fun and accessible for new racers? It's like giving everyone a shot feeling like a true racing legend without needing a giant wallet. Well, with Amy having such an impressive race count and a decent win rate, I'd say they're probably the favorite here. I mean, 2,764 races under your belt is no joke. Ixnobutixel might be the dark horse, but given the stats, I'd put my money on Amy to cross the finish line ahead. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Maybe Ixnobutixel has a secret trick up their sleeve. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Cadegua Cordo B, the legendary Ford coupe from 1992, driven by its Bumblebee, is starting on pole. Time to see if it can hold on to that lead or if the other cars will surprise us. Its Bumblebee has taken the lead right out of the gate. Silhouette is holding strong in second place, and Quiz 44 is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Silhouette and its Bumblebee are neck and neck for first place. Quiz 44 and Silhouette are fighting hard for second. Yaki Ramen and Quiz 44 are locked in a close duel for third. Quiz 44 and Silhouette are neck and neck for second place. Awing Storm and Yakuraman are fighting hard for fourth. Trihart Triad and Awing Storm are also close for fifth. Beef Sliders is climbing up to sixth place now. Trihart Triad and Beef Sliders are nose to nose for that spot. Wrath 92 is also making a move, now in 8th place. Bubote is currently in the 12th place, driving the same 1992 Ford Coupe Legend. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise in the top 10 yet. Wrath 92 and Trihart Triad are nose to tail for 7th place. Akvati is climbing up to 15th. Captain Trippy and Akvati are fighting for 16th. Wrath 92 is climbing up to 7th place. Trihart Triad and Wrath 92 are still neck and neck for that spot. The Lightning Thief and Yeboah Rwanda are locked in a close fight for 14th. Trihart and Wrath 92 are nose to tail for 7th place. Captain Trippy just gained one spot and is now in 16th. V39 is currently in 10th place, driving a 1992 Ford Coupe Legend. Their race looks steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. Wrath 92 is holding off Beef Sliders by a car length. Bubote and I are nose to tail. No room to breathe. Trihart Triad just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Wrath 92 and Trihart Triad are still nose to nose for 7th. Bubote and I are locked in a close fight for 11th. Trihart Triad is gaining on Beef Sliders, closing the gap to just over a second. Bubote and I are nose to nose for 11th place. Nerikas and Ixnobutixel are locked in a fierce fight for 18th. Amy is currently in 19th place with a fastest lap of 1:16.295. Her car is a 1992 Ford Coupe Legend, and she's just behind the top 20. Looks like she's holding her own but needs to pick up the pace to climb higher. Sub Pro 3 is on a roll, climbing from the back to the middle of the pack. Bubote just nudged into the top 10. Yaksindabox is inching closer to the middle of the field. Maya and Bubote are nose to tail for 11th place. Lightning Thief has gained one spot to sit 15th. Captain Trippy is also up one spot, now 16th. Jacinda Box is really closing the gap on Amy, cutting it down by over a second. The F Empress just climbed one spot to 22nd. Jacinda Box is in 21st place, driving the same Ford Coupe Legend. Their fastest lap is just over a minute and 17 seconds. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Wow, it's Bumblebee. You really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, what a fantastic victory for its Bumblebee. Congratulations on taking the top spot in this wild AI race. Clearly, all that practice in the digital garage paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep this winning streak going in the next round. A fun fact about the 1993 Seat Ibiza is that it was part of the first generation and really helped establish Seat as a sporty and affordable brand in Europe. It's like the little engine that could, but in car form. Despite its modest looks, it was quite popular and introduced many to the joys of small, nimble cars. Plus, it's a reminder that sometimes good things come in small packages. Alright everyone, time is running out. Make your final picks now before the AI cars start racing without you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh, this is quite the matchup. Zero Timale with the little spirited ABBA 500 SAs versus Papa Casey's old school muscle, the 1974 Dodge Monaco. Now, the Abarth is definitely nimble and quick off the line, perfect for weaving through tight corners, especially on a reverse layout like Deep Forest Raceway. The Monaco, on the other hand, has that vintage charm, but might struggle with handling and speed compared to the tiny turbocharged Fiat. I'd say Zero Time Life's small, agile car has the edge here. Unless Papa Cache's Monaco can somehow find a way to power through and use its bulk to push around corners, I'd bet on the Abarth taking the win. But hey, in racing, anything can happen, especially with AI drivers. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Deep Forest Raceway Reverse, and our top contender is the X Oasis in a classic 1988. Pontiac Fiero. G. Exoasis is leading the pack, clearly ready to dominate. Captain Canadian is holding strong in second place, not giving up yet. And Amy is sitting comfortably in third, probably planning her next move. Hikori-Hamsan is now in third place. Windstorm has climbed to fourth. Okinabaka is in seventh. The race is heating up. Captain Canadian and Exoasis are nose to nose for first place. Zero Team Alive just sneaked into the top 10, climbing one spot. Captain Canadian just overtook someone to take the lead. Windstorm is closing in on Pone, gaining 2 spots. Grampierre and Amy are nose to nose for 5th place. Looks like a battle to watch. Exoasis is driving a retro streetcar, the 1988 Pontiac Fiero GT. They're currently in third place, so they're holding a solid position for a vintage. Looks like they're keeping it steady but not pushing for the lead just yet. Zero Time Alive is climbing up to 8th place now. Lazy Towner and Zero Time Alive are still neck and neck for 9th. Zenara Savage is closing the gap on Lazy Towner, cutting it down by 1.6 seconds. Papakaitsi is racing a 1974 Dodge Monaco, a classic muscle car with a big engine. They're currently in the middle of the pack, so it looks like they're holding steady but not making any major moves yet. Zero Time Alive is climbing 1 spot to 8th place. Papakaitsi is closing in on Grand Alive, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Grampierre is driving a 2016 Hyundai Elantra and is currently in 6th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making big moves yet. Zenara Savage is driving a vintage Porsche 914-6. They're currently in 12th place, so they might be struggling to keep up with the modern and retro cars ahead. Zero Time Alive is climbing up to 7th place. Naiba is closing the gap on Okinabaka, cutting it down by over a second. Windstorm and Captain Canadian are nose to nose at the front. Grampierre just sneaked into 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Amy and Exoasis are locked in a close fight for 5th. Windstorm is now in 1st place. Amy has climbed to 5th. The race is heating up. Zero Team Alive is now in 6th place. Okinabaka is gaining on Exoasis, closing the gap by a second. Papakaitsi and Grand Alive are nose to nose for 12th place. Grampierre is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Papakaitsi is in 12th place, also moving up 1 spot. Windstorm is leading and setting the pace with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control for now. Maya is driving 1949 Cadillac Series 62, currently in 10th place. The race looks tough for her with a slowest lap of nearly 2 minutes. She's probably just trying to stay on track. Anna Savage is driving a vintage Porsche 914-6 and is currently in 12th place. Their lap time suggests they're not quite matching the pace of the front runners. Captain Canadian is driving a 28 Abarth 500 SS, known for its sporty handling and turbocharged engine. They're currently in 2nd place, holding a solid position and running a decent lap time, but they're a bit behind Alwyn Storm. Naibe is driving a Pontiac Fiero G from 1988. They're currently in 9th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Looks like a solid effort but not quite enough to challenge the leaders yet. Grampijov is driving a 2016 Hyundai Elantra, currently in 3rd place. They've set the fastest lap of the race so far, so they're definitely pushing hard. Alwyn Storm is leading in a 2009 Mini Cooper John Works, known for its nimbleness and quick handling. Looks like they're maintaining a solid pace and pulling ahead early. Wow, Alwyn Storm, you really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Alwyn Storm really showed off their skills today. Congratulations to them for winning the race. That was impressive. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. The Formula 5000 class was basically like the wild, rebellious cousin of Formula 1 in the 1960s and 70s. They used stock V8 engines from American muscle cars, which meant you could hear those cars coming from a mile away, and they were much cheaper to run. It was the perfect playground for drivers who wanted to race fast without selling a kidney for the privilege. So, imagine a bunch of talented drivers battling it out with big V8s that sounded like thunder and looked pretty spectacular while doing it. Oh wow! Two classic beauties going head-to-head on the Chicago street circuit? The Surtees TS5 is a bit of a vintage monster, known for its agility and racing pedigree. But the Lola T190 also has its charm with that lightweight design and sleek profile. If I had to pick, I'd probably lean towards Cthulhu Kachu in the Surtees, because its design and historical prowess might give it a slight edge in handling through those tight corners. But hey, hop along ease with the Lola could surprise us and unleash some old school magic. Let's see which one's got the faster digital footwork today. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Chicago Street Circuit, and leading the pack is Bill Ilge in a vintage 1968 Lola T190. He's got the pole position, so let's see if those classic lines can hold off the modern crowd. Billy has taken the lead right out of the gate. Jester 133,796 is holding strong in second place. Kavukachu is hanging on in third, but don't blink or you might miss some moves. Amy just made a smooth move to 6th place. S. Davin Games and Von on 1857 are nose-to-nose for 11th. Maya climbs to 14th, inching closer to the pack. Exclusivox just climbed one spot to 19th place. Exclusivox and Fish the Husky are nose-to-nose for 18th. Nidgutsu is climbing to 12th place. Shron is now 14th place. Alex Has No Brain is inching up to 15th place. Wolf's Light is driving a Lotus 70 from 1968. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding a decent position but still have some ground to make up. Billy is leading in a Lola T190 from 1968. Looks like they're setting the pace with the fastest lap, but the race isn't over yet. S. Davin Games is driving a 1969 Le Grand Mark 11. Their race looks pretty stable so far, sitting in 12th place. Equinoxflow is driving a McKee Mark 12. They are currently in 9th place and seem to be holding steady, but no real moves yet. SS Davin Games is driving a 1969 Le Grand Mark 11. They are currently in 12th place and seem to be holding steady without any major moves. Hot Bolognese is currently in 4th place with a Lola T190. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Alex Has No Brain just overtook Shron, and now sits in 14th place. They're still nose to nose, so expect some fireworks soon. Rosegod Gamin is driving a 1968 Eagle Mark 5. They are currently in the 18th place, so they're not quite in the thick of the action, but still hanging around. Tap Brandigan is in 5th place, driving a 1968 Lola T190. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Kuhukachu takes the lead, claiming the top spot. Wolf's Light is inching closer to Equinox Duo, cutting the gap by a second and a third. Gishta Husky is driving a 1969 Le Grand Mark 11. They're currently in the 17th place, so not quite making waves but staying in the pack. Wolf's Light is holding on to 9th place, but Equinoxto is right behind, ready to pounce. Schron and Estevan gains are neck and neck for 13th place. No room for mistakes. Gishta Husky and Alex Hasnobrain are locked in a close fight for 15. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Vanon 1857 is inching closer to Wolf's Light, closing the gap by a second. 1. Schron is climbing up one spot to take the 13th position. Rosigod Gaming and Naya are locked in a tight duel for the 17th spot. Quiz 44 is racing a Lotus 70, which is known for its agility and sharp handling. They started in 6th place and are currently in 8th, just behind Serpro 3. Looks like they're struggling a bit to keep up with the top runners. Estevan Games is climbing one spot to 13. Alex Hasnobrain is also up 1 to 14. Popcorn Slayer is making a move up to 20. Billy is driving a 1968 Lola T190. They started at the front and are holding 2nd place, but their fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like they're trying to stay in the hunt. Serpro 3 is now 7th place. Equinoxto is gaining on Quiz 44, closing the gap by a second. Popcorn Slayer is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 16. Exclusivagox is also making moves, gaining 3 places to 18. Yesterone 33,796. And Biloj are nose to tail for 2nd place. Looks like a close fight. Congratulations to Thuthulukachu on winning the race at Chicago Street Circuit. Clearly, the cosmic forces are on your side today. Well done. Wow! Cthulhu really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations! That was some serious racing skills right there. Looks like they're the master of the track today. Well deserved. Sure. Did you know that the 1956 Jaguar D-Type was famous for its sleek design and impressive aerodynamics, which made it a top contender in racing? It was also one of the few race cars of its time to have a built-in monoshock suspension system. Basically, it looked fast just sitting still. Wow. Both of these cars are absolute legends, so this is going to be a fun race to watch. The Maserati Tipo. '61 Birdcage is known for its lightweight design and agility, making it a real threat on tight corners like the ones at Monza Vintage Road. On the other hand, the Jaguar C-Type has that classic racing pedigree with impressive speed and stability, especially on straight. If I had to put my money somewhere, I'd say the Maserati might have an edge for its nimbleness in the twisting parts. But don't count out the Jaguar's raw power and steady handling on the straights. Honestly, it's a close call, so I wouldn't be surprised if this comes down to driver skill. Well, AI skill in this case, more than the cars themselves. Let's see how it all plays out. Alright folks, the race is on at Monza Vintage Road. Team Tinatea is leading the pack on pole with their classic 1952 Jaguar C-Type. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the competition. Naibe has shot off the line and taken the lead. The Empress is right behind in second place. Team Tinatea is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. The Empress and Naibe are neck and neck at the front. Senor Flip Flopona 100 2020 just gained a spot, and is now in third place. The fight for second place between Senor Flip Flopone, 100 in 2020, and Empress is heating up. Mahukaos is on a roll, climbing up to 13th place after overtaking 4 cars. Everlasting Apex is also making moves, now in 15th after passing 3 cars. Wayne Bretsky is having a tough time, dropping 7 spots to 17. Cobracle is on a roll, climbing through the field and now leading the race. Naibe and Cobracle are nose to tail, fighting hard for the top spot. Amy and Mafia are locked in a close duel for 9th place. Wayne Bretsky just made a move and now he's in first place. That was a quick climb. Naibe and Cabrakal are nose to nose for second. Aerotic and the Empress are also fighting hard for fifth. Naibe is now in second place. Cabrakal and Naibe are still neck and neck for the lead. Team Tinatea has climbed to seventh. Mafia Mavi is on a roll, climbing to 5th place. Cabrakal is having a rough time, dropping to 17th. Naibe is holding the lead, moving up one spot to first. Gaming Tophyte Cancer just overtook Team Tinatea for 6th place. Maya and LN 656 are still neck and neck for 8th. Hot Bolognese is trying to hold off Amy for 11th. LN 656 is climbing to 7th place. Hot Bolognese is now in 11th. Mahokaos is closing the gap on Amy by 1.6 seconds. LN 656 is climbing to 6th place. Maya is now in 8th. Hot Bolognese has moved into 10th. The Empress is right behind Senior Flip Flipon. 120-20 now. Just a second apart. Maya is gaining on Team Tinatea, closing the gap by over a second. Mahokaos has moved up one spot to 12th place, climbing the ranks. Maya is now just a second behind Team Tinatea. Looks like a move is imminent. Hot Bolognese and Gaming Tophyte Cancer are wheel to wheel for 9th place. No room for error there. Tales of Strilly is slicing through the track, closing in on Mahokaos by 15.4 seconds. Maya is climbing up to 7th place, leaving someone behind. Hot Bolognese is making a move, now in 9th place. Alan 656 is climbing up to 5th place. Gaming Tophyte Cancer has moved into 9th. Amy and Hot Bolognese are nose to nose for 10th. Door Rogue is closing in on Everlasting Apex fast, just 8.1 seconds behind now. Amy has climbed one spot to 10th place. Hot Bolognese and Amy are nose to nose, battling hard for 10th. Maya and Mafia Mavi are nose to nose for 6th place. Hot Bolognese and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Nahol Chaos is closing in on Door Rogue, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Wow, Naibe just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the magic touch at Monza Vintage Road. Well done. Wow, Naibe really showed off today. Congratulations on winning the race and snagging that incredible 1955 Maserati 300S. That's a gorgeous car to add to your collection. And for everyone else, if you're feeling lucky, remember you can still claim a car. Looks like Naibe's got the fastest lap, so they get first pick. Who's ready to make their move? Here's a fun fact for you IndyCars fans. These cars are built to be incredibly fast and sleek, but they also have a special feature called a push-to-pass. This gives drivers a temporary boost of extra horsepower to overtake opponents. Think of it like a secret weapon in their race for glory. Well, with both drivers in the same 2018 Honda IndyCar at Adelaide, and no info about their skills or experience, this is basically a game of chance. If I had to pick, I'd say it's a toss-up. Maybe the driver who shows a little more confidence, or maybe just the one who looks the most determined on the starting grid will edge out the other. It's going to come down to who really wants it more, or who can handle the track conditions better without any background intel. So, stay tuned, because this one could go either way. Alright everyone, it's just kicked off here at Adelaide and our star driver Maya is starting at the front in a sleek 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Let's see if she can keep that lead or if the competition catches up. Maya is leading the race from the front, holding the first place. Amy is right behind in second, and Giovanni Miracles is in third, trying to keep up. The top three are already setting the pace. Neo Texum is now in third place. Vagrant Enchanta has climbed to fifth. Waffling Godders is in seventh. Looks like the climbing is happening. Naiba is in 15th place, struggling to keep up. Their Honda IndyCar is holding steady, but not making any moves. Looks like a quiet race for now. Everlasting Apex is driving a Chevrolet IndyCar, currently in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making any big moves yet. Rosaurus is driving a Honda IndyCar, starting in 9th place. Looks like they're holding steady but haven't made any big moves yet. Emmer Pinkwolf is driving a Honda IndyCar. He's currently in the 13th place, so he's not making much noise but still in the game. Giovanni Miracles is in 4th place, driving a Honda IndyCar. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite close enough to challenge the top three yet. Nick Tiromoval is driving a Chevrolet IndyCar, starting from 10th place. Looks like they're making a move to climb up the field. Amy is currently in second place with the Honda IndyCar. Looks like she's holding steady just behind me, no major threats or overtakes yet. Naida is making a bold move, overtaking 14 cars to take the lead. Maya is right behind, and it looks like this battle for first is about to get even more interesting. Maya takes the lead, climbing to first place. Amy follows closely behind, now in second. Neotexum Iso advances, grabbing third. The top three are shaping up nicely. The IndyCars class is pretty evenly matched here, but the Chevrolet cars seem to have a slight edge in pace. Adelaide's tight corners and high-speed sections are favoring the more powerful engines, keeping the top positions close. The mix of Chevrolet and Honda cars keeps the competition tight, but the Chevrolet seems to have a slight edge in speed and consistency. The Adelaide track's tight corners favor precision, which is helping the top Chevrolet driver stay ahead. Waffling Goddess is driving a Honda IndyCar and is currently in 7th place. Their fastest lap is just over 17 seconds, so they're holding a decent pace but still a bit behind the leaders. The mix of Chevrolet and Honda cars is keeping the race tight with no clear dominance. Adelaide's tight corners are favoring skill over brand, but the Chevrolet drivers are slightly more aggressive at the front. Neotexum's Honda IndyCar is currently in 3rd place with a fastest lap of 1:16.295. Looks like they're holding steady but might be saving some for a push later. Amy is in 2nd place with a Honda IndyCar. She's about a second and a half behind Maya and has the 2nd fastest lap time. Looks like she's holding steady but not quite close enough to challenge for the lead yet. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win, you must be feeling pretty unstoppable now. Wow, congratulations! Maya really showed everyone how it's done. You earned that win. Well deserved. And for the fastest lap, Maya, you can now claim the 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Looks like you're on a roll today. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the McLaren MP44 would have a pretty good shot at winning the race on the Sepang circuit. It's famous for its incredible dominance during the 1988 season, thanks to its lightweight design and powerful engine. Plus, even though it was built with the high-speed straights of Monza in mind, its overall handling and balance would likely give it an edge on the twisty sections of Sepang as well. The other cars are interesting, but the MP44 is basically the legend of that era, and probably the favorite to come out in front. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up. So make your choice before it's too late. Don't miss out on the fun of watching these AI cars battle it out. Oh, what a matchup! We've got Tug On It TTV with the classic Benetton B188 and Big Boy Bets with the Dallara 3087. Both cars from the same era but very different beasts. The Benetton B188 is known for its raw F1 power and agility, especially on a track like Sepang which demands both speed and control. The Dallara 3087, on the other hand, is more of a racing prototype with a focus on stability and handling. Honestly, I'd give the edge to Tug On It TTV, because the Benetton was a solid contender back in the day, and might have the extra spirit to push through. But don't count out Big Boy Bets. The Dallara's handling could help navigate those tricky turns a little better. If I had to guess, I'd say Tug On It TTV's car might pull ahead just slightly, but it's really going to come down to the IE skill. It's anyone's race in my book. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Sepang, and leading the pack is Junagathaliads in a classic 1988, Zack Speed 881. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold on, or if the newer challengers will catch up. Jonas Gottliebs is already pulling ahead from the start. Max Birelli is holding second place, trying to keep up. Krendelev is in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Tug On It DTV is climbing fast into second place. Krendelev and Tug On It DTV are nose to nose for that second spot. Max Birelli and Krendelev are also neck and neck for third. Krendelev is holding on to second place, but Tug On It TTV is right on his tail. Big Boy Bets just overtook Max Birelli for fourth place. Maya and Amy are nose to nose for 10th position. Maya just overtook Taknasty to move into 8th place. Taknasty is fighting back hard, not giving up that spot easily. Chubby Panda and Bacorn are nose to nose for 16th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Patsorts and Big Boy Bets are nose to nose for 5th place. Aerotech is climbing 2 spots to 10th. Everlasting Ipex is also up 2 spots, now 12th. Bacorn and Amy are nose to tail for 13th place. Chubby Panda and Rexensir are locked in a fierce fight for 17th place. Max Birelli and Krendelev are nose to tail for 3rd place. Patsords just gained a spot and is now in 5th. Big Boy Bets and Patsords are also fighting closely for 5th. Aerotech just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Maya is climbing up to 9th. Taknesty and H2 Hova are nose-to-nose for the 10th spot. Looks like a close fight. Patsords and Maxpirally are nose-to-tail for 4th place. Everlasting Apex just nudged up to 11. Amy is right behind in 12th, both in a tight squeeze for 11th. Aerotech is closing in on Rowdyzerolf, cutting the gap by over a second. Amy is climbing 2 spots to sit in 10th place. Bakarn is moving up 1 spot to reach 13. Rowdyzerolf is driving a March H81. They're currently in 7th place, so they're holding a decent position but not quite in the top tier yet. Tugonid TTV is driving a Benetton B188, a car known for its balance and agility. Looks like they're holding strong in 2nd place, probably enjoying the view from the podium for now. Tugonid DTV and Junagothalids are nose-to-nose at the front. Anaxagorax just sneaked up 1 spot to 15. Anaxagorax and Taknesty are locked in a close fight for 14. Tugonid DTV takes the lead, claiming 1st place. Grandilif climbs to 2nd IT. Aerotech advances to 7th. Aerotech and Big Boy Bets are nose-to-nose for 6th. Unos Gotta Leads is climbing up to 2nd place. Aerotech is also moving up to 6th. Anaxagorax and Bakhorn are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Patsords is chipping away at Maxpirally, closing the gap by a second and a bit. Everlasting Apex has gained 2 spots and is now in 8th place. Rowdyzerolf and Everlasting Apex are nose-to-tail, fighting for that 8th position. Rowdyzerolf and Everlasting Apex are still neck and neck for 8th place. Ashtu Hove just overtook 1 car to climb to 12. Bakarn is also making moves, advancing to 13th. Rowdyzerolf and Everlasting Apex are nose-to-tail for 8th place. Nico Broadcast is sneaking up to 15. Bakarn is driving a Ferrari F187 88C. They're currently in 14th place and seem to be struggling with lap times, running over 2 seconds slower than the leaders. Sepang's long straights and tight corners are really testing the car's aerodynamics and grip. Fastest laps show some drivers are handling it better, but overtakes will likely come down to who manages tire wear and braking. Wow! Tug on It TTV really pulled ahead. Congratulations on the win, champion! Wow! Tug on It TTV really dominated that race. Congrats on taking the top spot. You must be feeling pretty good right now. That was some impressive driving, even if it was all just a. Thanks for the excitement, everyone. Here's a fun fact for you all: modern supercars racing class is like watching a beauty pageant with rockets attached. These machines are built not just to look stunning but to break records and push the limits of speed and technology. It's like watching engineers and artists team up to create the ultimate speed demon. Who knew racing could be such a glamorous science experiment? Hey everyone, quick reminder. The time to pick your car is almost up, so make sure you get those selections in before the countdown hits 0. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite vehicle in this epic AI race. Ooh, this is an interesting matchup. The Ferrari Enzo from 22 is a purebred racing machine, but it's quite an oldie in comparison to the Bugatti Chiron from 2016. The Chiron is practically a modern Swiss Army knife of speed and tech, so I'd say it has the upper hand here. Still, the Enzo has that legendary Italian flair that might just surprise us. But if I had to place a bet, I'd go with Squat Bender and the Bugatti. It's got more recent enhancements and raw power. Let's see if Amy can pull off an upset. Alright folks, we're kicking things off at the Super 8 track, and in pole position is Popcorn Slayer behind the wheel of a sleek 2019 McLaren Speedtail. Let's see if it can hold that lead or if the others are planning a surprise move. The race kicks off with Popcorn Slayer taking the lead. Rex and Nera right behind in second, and Amy holding third. Looks like a popcorn-filled front row so far. Popcorn Slayer is leading the race in a 2019 McLaren Speedtail. Looks like they're cruising at the front with no signs of slowing down. The modern street cars class seems to be keeping the race tight with a mix of high-performance models. The track's likely favoring power and agility, which explains the close pack at the front. Amy is holding third. Not bad, but still a bit behind the leaders. Squat Bender is in fifth, so they're close enough to make a move if they find the right moment. Meg's Boring Life is driving a 2001B Engineering Edinus, a rare and lightweight supercar known for its speed and agility. Their race seems steady in 4th place, but with those times they might need a bit of luck to catch the leaders. Next Boring Life is driving a 20,001B engineering Ediness, known for its lightweight design and impressive speed. Their race seems steady, holding 4th place with a decent lap time, but not making any bold moves yet. The track's tight corners seem to favor the faster lap times of the top contenders, but the longer straights are allowing some of the slower cars to stay close. Rex and Sarah just overtook someone to take the lead. Its Aurora is climbing up to 8th place. Amy is closing in on Popcorn Slayer, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Story Forge is catching Squat Bender, closing the distance by nearly 3 seconds. Its Therapair has moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Story Forge is closing in on Squat Bender, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Its Aurora is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing in by 1.7 seconds. Cthulhu Kachu just moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Amy is driving a 22 Ferrari Enzo, which is holding a solid 3rd place. Looks like she's keeping a steady pace with a fastest lap, just under 29 seconds. She's not making big moves but staying comfortably in the top 3. Everlasting Apex is on a roll, climbing 5 spots to 2nd place. Popcorn Slayer just nudged into the lead. Amy is having a tough time dropping 6 places to 9. Meg's Boring Life is now in 1st place. Squat Bender has climbed to 3rd. Rex Nutsaror is in 4th. Looks like the race is heating up. Squat Bender's Bugatti Chiron is known for its incredible speed and luxury. Looks like they're holding a solid 3rd place, but the pace is a bit slower than the leaders. Still in the hunt, but no room for mistakes. Meg's Boring Life is leading with a 2001B engineering Ediness, known for its lightweight and speed. Looks like they're holding the top spot comfortably so far. It's a close fight for 6th place between its Sararo and its Therapair, with just a little gap between them. Everlasting Apex is climbing up to 9th, so expect some shifting soon. Its Therapair is now in 5th place. Kidukachu is gaining on its Sarah, closing the gap steadily. Its Therapair is gaining on Rex and Zera, closing the distance nicely. Cthulhu Kachu is really pushing, closing in on its Sarar fast. Popcorn Slayer is gaining on Meg's Boring Life, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Its Therapair has moved up 1 spot to 4th place. Story Forge is also climbing 1 spot to 5th. Wow, Meg's Boring Life just won the race. Guess all that practice paid off. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Meg's Boring Life took the win. Congratulations. Looks like they really knew how to handle those virtual wheels. Maybe next time the rest of us will catch up. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. In the 1990s street racing scene, it was quite common for car manufacturers to tweak their production cars just enough to give them an edge on the streets. Almost like sneaky little upgrades, but without the official badge. It was the era where the line between a showroom floor ride and a full-blown racing machine was so thin you could probably see it through the hood scoop. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking faster than a race car on the straightaway. You better pick your favorite before the countdown hits 0 or else you'll be stuck with whatever the AI picks for you. Hurry up and make your choice. Oh wow, this is quite the throwback showdown. The 1997 Audi S4 is a solid choice. Known for its balanced handling and turbocharged power, it could definitely hold its own on a track like Goodwood, especially with some skillful AI driving. On the other hand, the 1994 Venturi 260 LM has that sleek, racing pedigree vibe. But being a slightly older model, it might struggle against the more modern Audi's tech. Given that car choice matters so much here, I'd say the Audi S4 has the edge. It's a bit more adapted to aggressive racing with its turbocharged engine and all-wheel drive. But hey, with AI at the wheel, surprises are always possible. I'll go with the Audi for now, but I wouldn't be shocked if the Venturi pulls off a surprise. Alright folks, we're kicking off at Goodwood with the 1990s streetcar class. And wow, HP Lootcraft is on pole, cruising in a 1994 Ferrari F355 Berlinetta F1 Dunda. Looks like a classic battle, just got a lot more stylish. Sunboard Boy has shot off the line into the lead. Gravy Graves is holding strong in second place. HP Lootcraft is currently in third, trying to keep up. HP Lootcraft is climbing to second place. Pumpkin Off Glory is pushing up to fourth. Maho Chaos is also moving up to fifth. Pumpkin Off Glory and Mako Chaos are locked in a close fight for fourth. Maho Chaos is climbing fast, now in third place. Gravy Graves and Maho Chaos are nose-to-tail fighting for that same spot. Amy is closing in on Simple Markers, chipping away at the gap. Pumpkin Off Glory and Gravy Graves are neck and neck for fourth place. Maya and Autumn Thunderbird are trading positions for 14th. Naturally Unlucky just gained a spot to sit in 18th. Lux Ravenous and Pumpkin of Glory are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Simple Markers is climbing up to 8. Swell placed V is making a move to 12. HP Lootcraft has just claimed the top spot. Mahokaos is inching closer to Sunboard Bowie, chipping away at the gap. Gravy Graves is hot on Mahokaos' tail, closing in fast. Looks like a 3-way scrap for 3rd place is heating up. Mahokaos is climbing up to 2nd place. Lux Ravenous is now in 4th. Pumpkin of Glory has moved into 5th. Looks like everyone's making some moves today. Brooksworth is climbing up to 6th place. Violetta Mama is making a move to 8th. And Maya is inching into 13th. Looks like everyone's eager to make progress today. Brenda Booster is driving an old-school BMW M5 E34, which is known for its balance and power. Looks like they're holding steady in 15th place, not making much noise, but staying in the game. Violetta Mama is climbing up to 7th place. Solidadon in anyone is narrowing the distance to Basket and P, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Violetta Mama is climbing up to 6th place. Frogsworth and Violetta Mama are nose to nose for that spot. Zimpla Markers is sneaking into 8th place. Violetta Mama is slicing through the track, closing in on Pumpkin of Glory by almost 3 seconds. Amy is climbing up to 9th place, leaving someone behind. Slow Place TV is also moving up, now in 10th. Maya and Gravy Graves are nose to tail for 11th place. Epic Sugar just gained 2 spots and is now in 14th. Epic Sugar and Yaboy Rwanda are locked in a fierce fight for 13th. Epic Sugar is climbing to 13th place. Forty Afro is advancing to 18th place. Violetta Mama is now in 5th place, closing the gap with Pumpkin of Glory, who is just behind. Swell Pasty has moved into 9th place, making a little progress. Simplamarkers just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Broxworth and Simplamarkers are nose to tail for 7th. Maya and Gravy Graves are battling hard for 11th. Autumn Thunderbird is making a strong push up to 15th place, overtaking 4 cars in a flash. Lux Ravenous is closing in on Sunboard Bowie, shrinking the gap by over a second. Violetta Mama and Lux Ravenous are locked in a tight duel for 4th place. Basket and Fee is on the rise, now in 15th place after overtaking 6 cars. Brenda Booster is closing in fast on Yabora Wanda, cutting the gap by 6 seconds. Zolija Dawn in E1 is climbing, passing 4 cars to sit in 18th. Violetta Mama and Sunboard Boy are still neck and neck for 3rd place. Maya is closing the gap on Amy by a second. Captain Canadian is gaining on Gravy Graves, closing in by a second and a half. Well, look at that. HP Lootcraft just took the top spot. Guess they really know how to cross the finish line first. Well done. Wow, HP Lootcraft really showed us how it's done. Congratulations on that win. Fully deserved. Looks like all those virtual gears paid off. For this track I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because botany-aring has a lot of tight corners and technical sections. Speed is important, but being able to navigate through the twisty bits without losing control is what will really make or break the race. A car that feels nimble and responsive will have an edge here over outright power alone. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in and make your choice. We don't want any car left wondering why it wasn't chosen for this race. Hurry up and get your picks in before the clock runs out. Alright, with Princess Wildface not giving us much to go on, I'd say we should lean on the stats for Maya. Here. With over 2,700 races and 206 wins, they definitely know their way around the track. Being ranked third suggests they're quite the contender. Still, it's a 1997 Volvo 40, which is not exactly a race car, so anything can happen. But if I had to place my bet, I'd put my chips on Maya to take the win, and maybe surprise us all. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the botany-aring track. Amy, starting on pole, is driving a classic 1991 Nissan Primera P10. Let's see if that vintage charm can keep up with the modern bots. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, Princess Wildface right behind her, and Maya holding strong in third place. Looks like a tight start already. Princess Wildface takes the lead now. Young Jansa Store 202 climbs 2 spots and is in 4th. Dr. Monkey 13 moves up 1 and is in 12th. Dr. Monkey 13 is driving a 1989 Toyota Celica Datator. They're currently in 14th place, so it looks like a steady but not spectacular race for them. The BTC cars are leading, probably benefiting from better handling and power at Botniali. The Group N cars are struggling to keep up, likely due to less agility and lower performance on this track. Senor Flip Flopona 2020 and Nabi are nose to tail for 5th place. Cobra Cull is making a move, climbing up to 12. Senor Flip Flopona 120 just overtook Nabi and now sits in 5th place. They are nose to nose, so this could get interesting soon. Your Instinct is driving a 1985 Peugeot 205 Rally. They're holding 8th place, so not too shabby for a Group N car. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making any big moves yet. Senor Flip Flopona 120 is driving a Nissan Primera P10 from 1991. They're holding a solid 5th place, so their race looks pretty stable so far. Valdo is in 8th place with a Fiat Ritmo 130 Abarth from 1984. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise. The BTC cars are clearly dominating the front with close competition, while the Group N cars are trailing behind. The track favors the more agile and powerful BTC machines, giving them an edge in overtakes and speed. James Mayo is driving a 1983 Toyota, a E86. They're currently in 10th place, so they're holding steady but not making much progress. Dr. Monkey 13 is driving a 1989 Toyota Celica Toy. They're currently in 14th place, so it looks like they're holding their own but not making much progress. Yongjan Store 2 is driving a Vauxhall Cavalier from 1991. They're currently in 5th place and have the fastest lap time among their group, so they seem to be pushing hard. Senor Flip Flopona 2020 is leading in the fastest lap, but is stuck in 5th. Looks like he's trying to make a move, but he might need a bit more than just speed to catch the top 2. Maya is driving a 1997 Volvo S40, which is holding a solid 3rd place. The car's fastest lap is a 149.77, the quickest among the BTC cars. Looks like the car is handling well, and she's staying competitive. Princess Wildface is holding a slight lead over me, but I'm right behind and ready to pounce. She's got the pace, but I'm not giving up that easily. Maya is driving a 1997 Volvo S40, which is holding a solid 3rd place. Her fastest lap is quicker than the lead is, so she's pushing hard. Looks like a competitive race for her. Wow. Princess Wildface took the win. Guess the crown fits perfectly on that podium. Well done. Wow. Princess Wildface just took the crown. Congratulations on that impressive win. You must be feeling like the queen of the race now. Here's a fun fact about the 1970 Chevrolet Camaro. It was the first year of the second-generation Camaro, and came with a wide range of powerful engine options, including the legendary SS 396. This car was so popular that it basically helped define the muscle car era, giving everyone that classic American muscle car vibe. Plus, its sleek design still turns heads even decades later. Alright everyone, grab your virtual steering wheels and pick your favorite ride before the clock runs out. Don't miss your chance to put your preferred car in the race. Time's almost up, so get those choices in now. Ooh, this is a throwback showdown for sure. Lady Gami with the Plymouth Barracuda versus Anno Bias with the AMC Javelin. Both classic muscle cars from the same era. But I'd say the Barracuda might have a slight edge because of its reputation for being a bit more aggressive, and having a stronger reputation in racing circles. The Javelin is no slouch though, known for its durability and decent performance. Given the race is in Bahrain, and considering the track's curves and straights, I'd probably lean towards Lady Gami's Barracuda pulling ahead just slightly, assuming both cars are in similar condition. But hey, it could come down to driver skill, and with AI driving, who knows? It's all about the vintage muscle power today. Let's see who wins this classic clash. Alright folks, the vintage Trans Am Gyroscope is blazing the trail on pole with a classic 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. Let's see if that old school beast can hold off the newer rivals. Gyroscope has shot off into the lead, followed closely by Empress in second place. Wang Tapsumbong X is holding on to third, but not for long, I bet. Wangi Tapsumbongsis is now in first place, pulling ahead. Gyroscope is hanging close behind, still fighting for the lead. Justin Gilks has gained 2 spots and is now in fourth, closing in. JC Productions is making a move, climbing 3 spots to take 8th place. Gyroscope and Weni Tapsumbong X are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. It's Bumblebee just nudged up one spot to sit in 6th. T-Bone just sneaked into 8th place. Amy and Toadette TV are still nose to nose for 10th. Apper Dope is climbing 2 spots to 19th. Kyroscope just overtook someone to take the lead. Rainy's Tab some bunks, and Kyroscope are still nose to tail at the front. Amy has climbed to 10th place, closing in. Wendy's Tapsumbong 6 and Kyroscope are nose to tail at the front. T-Biome and Mobius are locked in a close fight for 7th. Toadette TV is making moves, climbing up to 10th place. Wendy Tapsumbong and Kyroscope are neck and neck at the front. Maya has climbed 1 spot to 12. And Body Notes and Maya are fighting hard for that 12th place. Wendy Tapsumbong just overtook someone to take the lead. Kyroscope and Wendy Tapsumbong 6 are nose to tail for 1st place. 2 Peas in the podcast is chipping away at Apper Dope, closing the gap by a second. Kyroscope and Wendy Tapsumbong Geeks are nose to tail at the front. T-Bomb and Imobias are swapping positions every corner. Salmon and Rub Swizzle are locked in a fierce fight for the 16th spot. It's Bumblebee advances to 5th place. T-Bomb also climbs to 7th. Toadette TV and JC Productions are nose to nose for 9th. Toadette TV is holding on to 9th place, but JC Productions is right behind, ready to pounce. Fishing and Lirashai are locked in a close fight for 22nd. Fishing is climbing up to 22nd place. Wanabakido is also moving up to 23rd. Lirashai and Wanabakido are nose to nose for 23rd. Lady Gammy and its Bumblebee are nose to nose for 5th place. 2 Peas in the podcast is climbing to 19th. Fishing is sneaking into 21st. Yamobias and T-Bone are nose to tail for 7th place. Amy just gained 1 spot, now in 10th. Toadette TV and Amy are swapping paint for 10th. Kyroscope and Wendy Tapsumbong Geeks are nose to tail at the front. Mirgutsu and Rub Sizzle are swapping positions in the middle of the pack. Fishings and Dr. Keepsapaway are locked in a close fight for 21st. Maya is now in 11th place, climbing up 1 spot. Salmon and Architect are still neck and neck for 15th. Mirgutsu advances 1 spot to 17th. Salmon just nudged into the top 15. Tupas and the podcast is creeping up behind in 18th. Fishings and Dr. Keepsapaway are locked in a close fight for 21st. Bumblebee just overtook someone to take 4th place. It's Bumblebee and the Empress are nose to nose for 3rd. Imobius is climbing fast, now in 6th after gaining 2 spots. Justin Gilks just overtook someone to move up to 4th place. It's Bumblebee and Justin Gilks are still nose to nose for that position. Appy Dope is closing in on Rob Swizzle, cutting the gap by a second and a half. T-Boom is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro Doine. They're currently in 8th place and have a fastest lap just over 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite challenging for the lead. The FS is dropping back to 9th place. Justin Gilks is climbing to 3rd. It's Bumblebee is moving up to 4th. T-Bomb and Platigami are locked in a fierce scrap for 6th place. Amy just nudged into 9th and Maya is now 10th, climbing up 1 spot. T-Bomb just snuck into 6th place, pushing past someone. Platigami and T-Bomb are nose to nose for that same spot. Mirgutsu is closing in on Architect, shrinking the gap by a second and a third. Wow! When Yi Tapsumbongsig's winning the race? Looks like they're really driving away from the competition. Congrats on the victory! Wow! Congratulations to Winnie Tapsumbunk X for taking the win. That was some impressive driving right there. Looks like all those hours of racing practice finally paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep up this winning streak in the next race. Sure thing. Did you know that the Detroit Street Circuit is famous for its tight corners and close quarters, making it a real test of skill? It's practically a roller coaster with cars zooming through the city streets and weaving between buildings. It's like racing through a city maze and the drivers have to stay sharp, or they'll end up kissing the walls. Not the kind of place you want for a leisurely Sunday drive. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. Make your choices quick before the AI takes the wheel on its own. Time's almost up, so don't miss out on the chaos. Alright, we've got Amy in that iconic 1992 Ford Escort RS Cosworth, a car known for its rally heritage and turbocharged punch. On the other hand, Dongerzon 3 is behind a 1986 Alfa Romeo 75, which is definitely a stylish choice but might lack the raw power Amy's Ford offers. Considering the track in these machines, I'd say Amy has a slight edge thanks to her car's turbo-charged performance and rally pedigree. But hey, with AI drivers, anything can happen. Especially if one of them gets a little too ambitious around a corner. Who do you think will take the top spot? Alright folks, Uncanny Buddy is taking the pole in that classic 1990 Nissan Skyline GT-R R32. It's gonna be interesting to see if that old school legend can hold off the newer competition. Uncanny Buddy has taken the lead right out of the gate. I am holding second place, and Rosaris is sitting in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Amy just gained one spot and is now in third place. Merchikin Live moved up one spot to 8th. Schmerzen Live climbed 2 spots and is now in 12th. Amy just overtook someone to move into second place. Maya and Amy are nose to tail for second. Hey CAR is climbing into the top 10. Feskis and Dongerzon 3 are nose to tail for 5th place. Starbix and Feskis are also battling for 6th. Exoases is climbing up 1 spot to 14. Feskis is climbing up to 5th place. Merchikin Live is now 7th. Waifuana has moved into 11th. Schmerzen Live just overtook someone and is now in 11th place. Waifuana and Schmerzen Live are nose to nose. Looks like a close fight for that 11th spot. The group of cars seem to be dominating with the top spots, likely benefiting from better handling and speed on this circuit. The track favors their agility, making overtakes and defense easier. Exoasis is climbing up to 13th place. Big Aldnert is also making moves, now in 15. No sign of slowing down yet. Feskis and Rosaras are nose to nose for 4th place. Bioard is climbing up to 15th, just ahead of Big Aldnert. Looks like a little scrap for those positions. Schmerzen Live and Athena CNC are nose to tail for the 10th spot. Big Aldnert and Bioware are locked in a close fight for 15th. Waifuane is driving a 1998 Ford Mondeo, currently in the 12th position. The race looks steady for her, but she's got some room to make moves up the field. Dongerzon 3 is driving an Alfa Romeo 75 from 1986. They're currently in 7th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Looks like a solid middle-of-the-pack performance. Maya is currently in 4th place with a 1996 Maserati Ghibli. The car is known for its style and smooth ride, but in this race, it seems to be holding steady without any major moves. Looks like a calm but steady drive so far. Uncanny Buddy is leading the race in a classic Nissan Skyline GTR 32R. Looks like they're comfortably ahead and setting the pace. The Goldnote is driving a 1994 Alfa Romeo 155 TS. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 15. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making any big moves yet. Rosauers is driving a classic 1982 Ford Falcon. They're holding a solid 3rd place, so it looks like their vintage ride is still competitive in this race. Uncanny Buddy is holding the lead and already set the fastest lap, so he's looking pretty comfortable at the moment. Rosauers is driving a classic 1982 Ford Falcon, a true vintage beast. They're holding on to 6th place, but are a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like a steady race for now. Maya is driving a Maserati Ghibli from 1996. It's not exactly a speed demon compared to the leaders, but she's holding 8th place. Looks like she's trying to stay out of trouble and conserve her tires. Merchicken Live just overtook someone to take 6th place. Starbucks and Donders on 3 are nose to nose for 7th. Our low coast is climbing up to 14th. Starbucks just gained a spot and is now in 7th place. Sasatur and Alacoast are nose to nose for 14th position. Exoaces is driving a 1993 Peugeot 405. Their race looks steady so far, sitting in the middle of the pack with a decent lap time. The group of cars are holding strong at the front, with the Nissan Skyline leading. The track favors these cars' agility and power, giving them an edge over the BTC cars, which are mostly clustered behind. Wow, Uncanny Buddy, you really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, congratulations to Uncanny Buddy. You really drove your way to the top today. Well done on the victory. And a big shout out to Amy for winning the bet race. You can now claim that classic 1992 Ford Escort R.S. Cosworth. That's a legendary car for sure. Plenty of history and speed packed into that beauty. Great job, everyone. Sure thing. Did you know that modern supercars in racing class are designed with such precision and speed that they can sometimes make everyday supercars look like they're crawling at a snail's pace? It's almost like they're built for a different world where the road rules are a bit more fast and furious. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time because the clock is ticking. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI drives to victory. Get those choices in before it's too late. Alright folks, this is quite the matchup. The 2017 Ferrari 812 Superfast is known for its incredible speed and power, making it a real beast on the track. On the other hand, the 2007 Porsche 911 997 Turbo is no slouch either, especially with its turbocharged engine and agile handling. Given the Nürburgring Sprint GP layout, which demands sharp turns and quick acceleration, I'd say that the Ferrari's raw power might give it the edge on the straights. But don't count out the Porsche just yet. Its agility could help it navigate the turns faster and possibly edge out in the corners. My prediction? The Ferrari might just squeak ahead thanks to its superior top speed. But if the Porsche can capitalize on its handling and keep up through the twists, it could surprise us all. Whatever the case, this is going to be a fun race to watch. Stay tuned! Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Nürburgring Sprint GP, and leading the pack is Seimoji James, in a 27 Chevrolet Corvette C606. Classic American muscle taking the front, let's see if it can hold on. Seimoji James has shot off the line into the lead. Spikles is holding second place, trying to keep up. Crandelive is in third, but expect some early shuffles. Spikles is now in the lead, claiming the top spot. Double has moved up to third place. Crandelive and Double are nose to nose, fighting for third. Lisa Shibi is climbing up to fourth place. Autumn Thunderbird and Meine Maistyle 21 are locked in a close fight for 9. Some board boys making a move, jumping 2 spots to 11. Double is climbing up to second place. Hermit Media and Jerk Place are locked in a close fight for 7th. Rosegol Gaming is making a move, up 2 spots to 11. Schoolbus Rustavi is driving a 2013 Shelby GT500 Super Snake. They started in 12th place and are currently in 15th. Looks like they're slowly moving backwards instead of charging forward. Jerk Plays is climbing up to 6th place. Your Instinct and Jerk Plays are nose to nose for that spot. Nina Mai style at 21 is sneaking into 8th place. Autumn Thunderbird just made a bold move up to 6th place. Lisa Shibi is climbing steadily to 3rd. Jack Plays and Autumn Thunderbird are nose to tail, fighting for 6th. Jerk Plays just sneaked into 6th place. Autumn Thunderbird and Jerk Plays are nose to nose for that spot. Hamlet Media is climbing up to 10th. Things are heating up. Autumn Thunderbird is climbing up to 6th place. Maya is now in 11th. Apex Milkbag has moved to 20th. Looks like Apex Milkbag and Amy are neck and neck for 19th. Schoolbus Roast FD is climbing up to 13th place. La Roche is making a move to 15th place. Tianfres and La Roche are nose to nose for that 15th spot. La Roche is holding on to the 14th place, but some board boy is right behind trying to find a way through. Chozang's Coast is just ahead of the Empress in the 16th spot, and they're not giving each other an inch. Root Freeboy Gaming Studios and Apex Milkbag are nose to tail for the 20th spot. Looks like a real drag race back there. Zadamoji Jamez is closing in on Lisa Shibi, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Autumn Thunderbird has climbed 1 spot to 5th place. Maya is also up 1 spot, now in 10th. Schoolbus Rusted V is climbing to 12th place. La Roche is closing in on Hermit Media, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Chozang's Coast is moving up to 15th place. Autumn Thunderbird is climbing nicely into the top 4. La Roche is making her way to the 13th spot. Gnaveling is inching closer to the 20s. Autumn Thunderbird is climbing to 3rd place. Grandelive is gaining on Seda Morjajames, closing the gap by over a second. Your Instinct is hot on Jerk Plays' tail, also closing in fast. Wow! Spikeballs really outdid everyone at Nürburgring Sprint GP. Congratulations on the win! Wow! Spikeballs really showed us how it's done. Great job, congratulations. Now as for the rest of you, if you're feeling lucky, the cars are calling your name. Maya, you've earned that impressive 2017 Ferrari 812 Superfast. Hope you're ready to cruise in style. Who's next to claim their prize? For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability. Since it's an oval, the car needs to stick to the track and handle those high-speed turns smoothly. Power is important, but if the car can't stay glued to the pavement during those tight corners, all that speed doesn't matter much. Quick acceleration out of the turns is a bonus, but overall control and consistent grip are what will really make the difference here. Hey everyone! The clock is ticking down to pick your favorite car. Make your choice before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides for you. Hurry up, we don't want any last-minute panic. This is quite the mismatch if you ask me. The 2013 McLaren P1 is a hypercar built for speed and agility, especially on a fast oval like New Hampshire. The Jetta G40G T5, while a decent racing car, is more of a lightweight track day car. I'd say Unknown Tactics has a clear edge here. Pebis 3 might put up a good fight, but I don't see them taking the checkered flag today. The Pone is just in a completely different league when it comes to outright performance. Alright everyone, Amy is starting us off in the lead with the 2011 McLaren MP4-12 CGT3. Looks like she's got the best spot on the grid today. Let's see if she can hold on to that prime position. Senera Savage has shot to the front right out of the gate. Dylan Wolf is holding strong in second, while Official Class Alive is hanging on in third. Looks like a pretty clean start so far. Vodka Moaning is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 17. Unknown Tactics is catching up, overtaking 3 cars to sit in 19th. Waifuan is making moves, passing 3 cars to reach 27. Maya is holding steady in 8th place. Tacnesty is closing in on the leaders. Vodka Moaning is making a charge through the field. Amy is now in the lead, leaving everyone else in her dust. Maya is on the charge, climbing to the 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. Wayne Abretsky is also making moves, now in 20th after a similar surge. Attenflash is not far behind, now in 27th, also on the rise. Storyforge is now in 6th place after overtaking 4 cars. Beef Sliders has moved up 5 spots to take 13. Takidokibri has gained 1 position to be 7. Storyforge and Takidokibri are now battling closely for 6th. Captain Canadian is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 26. Story Forge is chipping away at I Have Eczema, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Wife Juana is on the rise, jumping 1 place to 9. NR Savage is on the move, climbing up to 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. Schmerzenleib is having a tough time and has dropped 6 places to 20. Vodka Morning is gaining on Tack Nasty, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Vodka Morning is gaining on Tack Nasty quickly, closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Story Forge is also making moves, closing in on Unknown Tactus by 1.6 seconds. Onistix and Tokidokibri are locked in a tight battle for 7th place. Unknown Tactics just moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Unknown Tactics and Tacnesty are nose-to-nose for 2nd. Vodka Morning and Unknown Tactics are also battling hard for 3rd. Story Forge is closing in on Tacnesty, now just 5.40 seconds behind. Josh Gush has overtaken 3 cars and is now in the 18th position. Unknown Tactics has moved up 1 spot and is now in 2nd place. Unknown Tactics is cutting down the gap to Amy again, less than a second now. Beef Sliders just climbed 2 spots into 9th place. Maya is making a move, climbing 1 spot to 10th. The battle for 10th between Maya and Wei Fuan is heating up. They're nose to nose. Beef Sliders is making moves up to 7th place. Maya and Wei Fuan are nose to nose for 10th. Wayne Ibretsky is chipping away at I Have Eczema, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Beef Sliders is climbing nicely into the top 6. Maya is inching closer to the top 10. I Have Eczema is also making progress, creeping into the top 12. Begoldnut is making a move, climbing up to 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Wei Fuan is having a rough patch, dropping to 20th. Unknown Tactics is gaining ground on Amy, closing the gap by a solid 1.2 seconds. Wei Fuan is really having a rough time, dropping back to 28th place. Vodka Morning is gaining on Unknown Tactics, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Official Class Live is climbing up to 7th place, making a nice move forward. Wow, Amy really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Amy for winning the race. That was a fantastic performance. And hey, Amy also snagged the fastest lap, so she gets to claim the sleek 2011 McLaren MP 4-12CG T3. Well done! And Maya with the most overtakes. You get to claim the impressive 2016 Ginetta G55 GT3. Great job on the aggressive driving. Looks like both of you are taking home some pretty awesome rides today. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your choices quick before the race kicks off. Don't want to miss out on your chance to root for your favorite AI car. Well, looking at the cars Venon 1857 and Sputnik NZ are racing with, it's going to be an interesting showdown. The BMW M3 from 1986 is a classic that's known for its agility and balance, especially in tight corners. On the other hand, the Mitsubishi Starion from 1988 has a turbocharged engine and a rear-wheel drive layout that can be quite the wild card if the AI driver knows how to handle it properly. Given the track at Clark International Speedway, which favors a mix of straight-line speed and sharp turns, I'd probably lean towards Venon 1857, with the BMW Stock 2L. It's a bit more refined and easier to control at high speeds, which could give it the edge. But hey, the Starion's turbo power might surprise us if the AI manages to exploit its strengths. So, my bet is on Venon 1857 taking the win, but I wouldn't be shocked if Sputnik NZ threw a curveball and stole the show. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Clark International Speedway, and look who's on pole. Sayed Morjijamis, with a vintage 1988 Mitsubishi Starion. Classic car, classic move. Let's see how it handles against the others. Zade Mojijames has taken the lead right out of the gate. Aminsan is holding strong in second place, and Resnapom 6 is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots already. TPPA is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 26. LXEAX to 3. And Resnapom 6 are nose-to-nose for third. Amy just gained 2 places, now in 10th. U20 place is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 21st place. LXAXEX is inching up 1 spot to third. Ivan Surogai and Kober are locked in a close fight for 7th. Kober is climbing up to 6th place. Amy is also moving up, now in int. Ivan Surogai and Amy are nose to tail for 8th. Ivan Surogai advances to 8th place. Maya moves up to 9th place. Lemon Code Games and Boboti are locked in a close fight for 12th place. Lemon Code Games is climbing nicely into the top 12. Bitsutkev is making a subtle push into the 20s. Nexaronaval is inching closer to the 30s. Givenserogai is now in 7th place, closing the gap with Sputnik and Zdatinzai. Sputnik NZ and Givenserogai are nose-to-nose for 7th. With 3 out 25 has advanced to 16th place, making some progress. Sputnik NZ is climbing up to 7th place. Archer 192 and Amy are locked in a close fight for 10. Gabitha Minimak and Shizendashauer are battling it out for 14. Givenserogai just overtook someone to take 7th place. Maya is also climbing up to 8th place. Sputnik NZ and Maya are nose to tail, fighting for 8. Archerona 192 and Lemon Cult Games are nose to nose for 11th place. Gabitha Minimak is inching up to 14. Minimai Style 21 is climbing to 19th. Cover is climbing to 5th place. Archerona 92 and Lemon Cult Games are nose to nose for 11. Whip 3 out 25 is inching up to 15. Givenserogai just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Maya is also climbing up to 7th. Vanona 1857 and Maya are nose to tail, fighting for that 7th spot. Vanona 1857 and Maya are nose to tail for 7th place. Ren Kaovi and Minamai Style 21 are locked in a close fight for 18. Beats with Kev just gained 1 spot and is now in 22nd. Archerona 92 just overtook someone to take the 10th place. Amy and Archerone 192 are nose to nose in that battle for 10th. Givenserogai is gaining on Cover quickly, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Buboe is closing in on Kreisgoffer, reducing the gap by 2.9 seconds. Bubote and Kreisgoffer are locked in a tight fight for 16th place. Minamai Style 21 is climbing to 17th place. Beats Lizkev and Team Tenetia are nose to nose for 21st. Risva Chingyo is advancing to 23rd. Sputnik NZ 1857 are nose to tail fighting for 8th place. Whip 3 out 25 is climbing up 1 spot to take the 14th position. Gabitha Minimak and Whip 3 out 25 are locked in a close duel for 14. Sputnik NZ is climbing up to 8th place. Team Tinatea and Beats with Kev are neck and neck for 21st. Tylodrums 31 and Hriswachingyo are fighting it out for 23rd. Wow, said Emoji James took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Well done. Congratulations to Saito Mojijames for winning the race. That was some impressive driving. Now, our speed demon Maya has snagged the fastest lap, so she gets to claim the 1989 TVR Tuscan in Group A. Nice work to everyone involved. This race just keeps getting better. Here's a fun fact for you: the F1 1950 racing cars were actually the first official Formula One World Championship cars. They looked quite different from today's sleek machines with their open wheels and tall, boxy bodywork. And get this, these cars were so raw and basic that drivers needed a lot of skill to tame them because there was barely any electronic assistance or aerodynamics to help out. It was basically driving a speeding piece of art with a lot of horsepower and not much else to keep it steady. Alright everyone, get those selections in quick, or you might end up with a car you'll regret for the whole race. Time's almost up, so make your choice before the virtual gavel drops. Oh, this is a classic matchup of vintage charm versus early racing pedigree. The Maserati 250 is a legendary car with a rich history in Formula One. But it's also quite a handful, especially on a modern track like Dubai International. On the other hand, the Alfa Romeo 159 is a beauty, but it's more of a road car turned racing contender, so it might lack the outright speed of the Maserati. Based purely on car performance and historical speed records, I'd lean towards the Maserati, especially with Door Rogue behind the wheel. But sometimes the old classics surprise us, so I'm not counting out the Alfa just yet. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Dubai International, and leading the pack is the F1 1950 class car, a sleek 1951 Alfa Romeo 159, starting on pole position. Looks like it's ready to show some vintage racing flair. Beyond Food Dark Souls has taken the lead right out of the gate. Door Rogue is holding strong in second. Wanabakido is in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Maricus is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 21st place. Wanabakido just nudged into second. Vesvachingyo also gaining ground, now 4th there. Zadimoji Jamis is on the rise, overtaking 3 cars to reach 15. Dingchu 22 is having a tough time, dropping 7 spots to 17. Fuozo is climbing up 1 position to 6. Fuozo and Bees McGee are nose to tail for 5th place. Battle heating up. Baco Grande's on the move, climbing 3 spots to 20. Kingshu 22 is losing ground, dropping 6 places to 23. Hirswa Kingyo is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 3rd. Botsu is really closing in on Dorog now. The gap is shrinking fast. They're battling hard for 4th place. Wayne Nebretsky just gained a spot and is now in 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. Botsu is climbing up to 4th place. Wayne Nebretsky is now in 9th. Adanut 44 is closing in on Airafael, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Mutube just overtook someone to take 6th place. Maho Chaos is climbing up to 13th. Deiki Paitsi Rogerts is making moves to 15. Looks like everyone's on the push today. Mutuba and Dorog are neck and neck for 5th place. Wayne Nebretsky and Unstable are also battling hard for 8th. Itzaro just gained 1 spot to 11th and is now eyeing 10th with A. Rafael. Gary 710 is on a roll, climbing 8 places now at 14. A. Rafael is dropping back, losing 8 spots to pay team. Wayne Nebretsky just nudged up 1 spot to 8. Unstable and Wayne Bretsky are nose to nose for 8th place. 2 Peas and a Podcast is climbing up to 17th. Maricus and A. Rafael are locked in a close fight for 19th. Basho Grone is on a roll, climbing up to 14th place. Kingshu 22 is also making moves, now in 18th. Adana 44 is having a tough time dropping back to 19th. Mutuba just sneaked into 5th place. Dorog and Mutuba are nose to nose for that same position. Unstabil is closing in on Wayne Bretsky, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. They're now fighting for 8th place. Mutuba is closing in on Fuzo, cutting the gap by 1 second. Its Soror is climbing up to 8th place. Nahokaos is also moving up 1 spot to 9th. Zademoji Jamis just gained a spot and is now in 15th. Bacho Grande and Zademoji Jamis are nose to nose for 14th. Nitsirop Starks and Ayer Rafael are locked in a close fight for 19th. Mutuba is closing in on Fuzo, now just a second behind. Gary 710 is also gaining on Unstable, closing the gap by the same margin. Baksho Grande and Maya are nose to tail for the 13th spot. Wayne Nebretsky is climbing up to 7th place. Gary 710 is closing in on Unstable, cutting the gap by over a second. Baksho Grande is making a move to 13th. Dorog is catching up to Mutu, closing the gap by 3.4 seconds. They are battling hard for 5th place. Baksho Grande is gaining on Gary 710, closing the gap by 2 seconds. The F1 1950 cars are surprisingly competitive on this Dubai track, with the Alfa Romeos leading. The mix of classic cars and the tight circuit seems to favor those with better handling and acceleration. The newer cars are struggling to keep up with the older, more agile models. Congratulations, the Dark Souls, on winning the race. Looks like all that practice paid off. Enjoy the victory. Wow. Beyond Dark Souls, you really knocked it out of the park. Congratulations on winning the race. That was a fantastic performance. Well done. Hey everyone! It looks like we need to do a quick power nap for the stream. Stay tuned, we'll be back in just a few minutes ready to watch these cars chase each other around the track again. Grab a snack or stretch those legs, and I'll see you soon.